Sure, yes. Can I'm sorry,
But I move to adopt the agenda.
second. Okay, and we have 6. We're ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board. Again, my name is TC Morphus. I'm here on behalf of the applicant Mountain Retreat Association. And with me live and in person, not on TikTok, is my co-counsel, Mr. Bob Ost. So we're very glad to have Bob back, and hopefully you'll be here doing more through the duration of the hearing. Our witness today is Mr. Scott Schuford. Unless there are any other preliminary matters, we'll go ahead and start with his testimony.
If you would raise your right hand and repeat after me. I solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Welcome.
Yep.
And I am having some nasal congestion, so if my microphone is not getting, it's not loud enough for you, let me know and I'll try to speak up.
Okay. As close as you can get.
Okay.
Without, that'd be great.
Okay, Mr. Schuford, if you would, please give us your name and talk to me about your background.
My name is David Scott Schuford. I go by my middle name, Scott. I have over 40 years of experience in city planning. I was educated at the University of North Carolina, both as a undergraduate, and I have a master's in regional planning from that institution. In North Carolina, I've served as planning director in Asheville from 1999 to 2007. Also the planning director for Onslow County in the eastern part of the state from 2009 to 2011, and Fayetteville, North Carolina, from 2011 to 2017, also as planning director. I've been in charge of historic district regulations in Wilmington and Asheville, which are 2 of the largest in the state of North Carolina. Fayetteville also had historic district regulations that I was in charge of. I'm now retired from public service. I work for a private consultancy called Case Consultants International. We do a lot of climate science education, but we also help communities with their resilience planning and their efforts to adapt to climate change. I co-authored a 2010 American Planning Association report called Planning for a New Energy and Climate Future, and I'm the principal co-author of the American Planning Association's Climate Change Policy Guide. I'm a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners, as well as the American Planning Association. I've served on the executive board for the North Carolina chapter of the American Planning Association and for the environmental advocacy group in the eastern part of the state, Sustainable Sandhills. I'm a former member of the Technical Advisory Committee of the Southeast Regional Climate Center, and I currently serve as on the executive board of Clean Air NC, which is an environmental advocacy group out of Charlotte, North Carolina.
What exact function are you going to be participating in here? In other words,
I believe most of my testimony will be addressing the city planning issues associated with the town zoning ordinance and comprehensive plan.
Mr. Chairman, I had just 1 or 2 more questions. Then we were going to ask that he be accepted as an expert in the field of municipal planning, including zoning and comprehensive planning. But if you'll just hold on that request for just a moment. Mr. Schuford, do you have the AICP designation?
I do, yes, sir.
And can you explain to the board what that is?
That is a designation that the American Planning Association puts forward. The letters stand for the American Institute of Certified Planners. It is a designation that requires continual post college educational experience. I have to get a certain number of hours every 2 years and continue in education in order to maintain that. But I've been a member of that since the mid 1990s.
And Mr. Shuford, in our Exhibit L in our notebook, we have a copy of your resume. Is that an accurate resume?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we would ask that Mr. Shuford be tendered or accepted, pardon me, as an expert in the field of municipal planning, including in zoning and comprehensive planning, and that his resume be accepted into the record.
Okay, so we're going to do this a little bit different. So what I'd like to do, correct me if I mess up. I'm not a lawyer, so. What I'd like to do in these particular cases is I'd like to just put it to the vote for everybody to vote. So everybody willing to accept this as a witness, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any,
No object.
Okay, well, let's proceed, Mr. Shuford. Have you received, pardon me, have you reviewed the application and plan for the MRA Conference Center expansion?
Yes, sir.
And have you been able to hear the testimony from previous witnesses in this case?
Not all of them. I was unable to attend your last meeting.
Okay. And I think perhaps most relevant to your testimony, were you able to hear the testimony from Mr. Bryant and Mr. Kreckelberg?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And do you understand the proposal that's and the approval that's being sought, correct?
I do.
And you're familiar with special use permits and how that process works, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you reviewed the town zoning ordinance and comprehensive plan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and just for the board's edification, we have already gotten the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance admitted into the record. Of course, town documents, we have excerpts from these that Mr. Shuford is going to be talking about at exhibits F, G, and H. And I don't know that they need to be admitted again, since they're already part of documents that are in, but wanted you to be aware of that. In particular, the last page of exhibit F has a map from the comprehensive plan that Mr. Shuford will be discussing. And the last page, well, it's actually the only page. Exhibit G is your town zoning map. That's just for your reference. So, Mr. Shuford, if you would, explain generally the relationship between a comprehensive plan and a zoning ordinance.
Well, one way to think about a comprehensive plan is it's a blueprint that helps guide the physical vision for a community, whether it's in Montreat, Asheville, Fayetteville, or any other community. That's generally what the comprehensive plan is supposed to do. That vision's implemented through a variety of tools. So might be your capital improvement program that implements a new road construction that's called for in the plan. But oftentimes it's implemented through your zoning ordinance. And that's the case here. So the zoning ordinance is a method by which the community basically carries out its vision for the future for its physical development.
And is one of the ways that a comprehensive plan implemented through zoning ordinances and zoning maps?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't want to get in the weeds here, but are you familiar with General Statute Chapter 160D?
Yes, sir. That's the new chapter that's been put into effect that basically consolidated city and county development regulations.
And you're familiar with the provision that now requires a local government, if they have zoning, to also have a comprehensive plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you tell us how the property on which the MRA project proposed is classified in the comprehensive plan?
In the comprehensive plan, it's listed as Town Center 1. The abbreviations are TC1.
Now, we'll circle back to this in a little bit, but you probably heard some of the discussion and testimony in earlier hearings, there was I think it's fair to say, some confusion about the distinction between the designation in the comprehensive plan and the designation in the zoning ordinance. So could you also tell us what the zoning designation is for this property in the zoning ordinance? And then if you could just talk about how the two relate to each other.
Happy to do so. The zoning ordinance classifies the property in question as institutional residential, or I/R as the initials. So it's a different designation than in the comprehensive plan. But I think it may be worthwhile for me to quote directly from the comp plan and to some extent from the zoning ordinance to give you an answer to the question for Mr. Morphus. Now, this is located at Exhibit F, page 6, and it deals with the Town Center 1 designation. Town Center 1, TC1, is planned mostly for institutional uses and activities centered around the MRA. In addition to institutional uses, this area could include office, civic, residential, and service uses.
Sir, could you speak up just a little bit?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. It's
Thank you. Sorry.
let me see if I can make some adjustments to the microphone to get it in better position. Is that any better, or does it need to be higher?
That's better, right?
That's better. I'll start again. Again, this is Exhibit F, page 6. Town Center 1, TC1 is planned mostly for institutional uses and activities centered around the MRA. In addition to institutional uses, this area could include office, civic, residential, and service uses. In TC1, the possibility exists for collaboration between the MRA and the college to address housing needs, especially the lodging needs of the MRA that the MRA experiences during peak summer visitor season. The joint uses of facilities could be encouraged here.
And just to be clear, Mr. Shuford, the acronym MRA in the comprehensive plan is referring to the Mountain Retreat Association.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us what does the zoning ordinance allow in the IR zoning district?
In terms of the land uses, I'm going to refer you to a table that is in the Exhibit H, starting on page 8. This is a table entitled Permitted Uses Table. And it lists a variety of land uses which are permitted by right or which are allowed through a special use permit process. Uses permitted by right are designated with the letter P, and uses that require a special use permit are designated with the letter S in this table. For the IR district, there are a number of land uses which are permitted by right, including single-family homes, duplexes, multifamily housing, family care homes, accessory buildings, home occupations, auditoriums, colleges, and other educational facilities, municipal government facilities, and public libraries and museums. There are also a number of land uses that require a special use permit, and these include group care facilities, accessory dwelling units, front yard garages, community facilities, parks and recreation facilities, and public works facilities. Additionally, a wide range of commercial uses are allowed in our district with a special use permit, including bed and breakfast and boarding house uses, bookstores, convenience stores, daycare centers, drugstores, eating establishments without drive-ins, general retail sales, professional offices, public swimming pools, and hotels.
And of course, hotel is the reason we're here. And I think there's been a considerable amount of discussion already about how the definition of the ordinance is hotel, but we are proposing a lodge. But I think it'd be useful for you to go ahead and talk a little bit about that, Mr. Shuford.
I'll do that. The MRA, Mountain Retreat Association, is attempting to create a lodge use on this property. And the town does not have currently a separate designation for lodges, so it falls under the general definition of a hotel. In fact, it's specifically called out. So I'll read you that definition. A hotel, a building or buildings in which sleeping accommodations are provided and offered to the public for compensation, in which the rooms are usually occupied singularly for rent, in which there is usually a kitchen and public dining room for the preparation and service of meals. The term hotel includes lodges, inns, and motels. So the lodge is sort of consumed by the larger definition of hotel.
Okay. And we're going to talk in just a moment about the special use permit specific findings. But before we do that, there's, I think, one other matter that came up that has created some confusion. And if you can clarify for us, under the comprehensive plan, we're in the Town Center 1 designation. Under the zoning ordinance, we are in the institutional residential district. Under the zoning ordinance, there's also a overlay district called the Town Center Overlay District. Are you familiar with that overlay, Mr. Schufer?
Yes, sir, I am.
Does it apply to the property at issue?
If it did, we probably wouldn't be here tonight, because one of the things that particular overlay does is it makes hotels a permitted use within that overlay.
Okay, so and that's really just to help prevent confusion in the future. So as you know, there are required findings that the board must make to grant a special use permit. And I'd like to just jump into those if I could, Mr. Schufert, and get your opinion. Special use permit required finding from ordinance section 3.10.624. It has two parts. And the first is that there has to be demonstration of harmony with the area in which it is to be located. Now, what does that mean in the land use context?
Well, harmony can mean a variety of things depending upon the circumstances, at least from a planning and zoning perspective. In some ways, harmony can be related to the bulk, mass, scale of a particular use relative to other surrounding uses. It can be architectural style or general design of the building, or even the site to better complement the surrounding development, as well as what is anticipated for those properties through town planning regulations, such as comprehensive plan or zoning ordinance.
Okay, and I think you answered this, but just to be clear, harmony can apply to the appearance as well as the use?
That's correct.
Okay. So if you would, can you talk a little bit about the proposed structure? And do you have an opinion on whether it is in harmony with the area in which it is to be located?
Yes, sir. I do have an opinion. I'll talk a little bit about the structure. I'm not going to go into anywhere near the detail that the architects did. They're the experts on that, but essentially you have a building that has been placed at because of the sloping site in a situation that's going to minimize its appearance and effect on surrounding properties, at least due to height, because it's been put into the hillside to some degree. It's a building that reads some of the characteristics that you see in Montreat in terms of residential and non-residential buildings. It has a front balcony. It has interior parking inside the building. So it's got a lot of characteristics that are been designed to improve its appearance in terms of harmony with the community. So again, a huge effort on the part of the architects to pick up on the design cues and attempt to bring forward a building that is architecturally compatible with the general design you see in Montreat.
Okay. I'm just going through my notes, sir. Can you talk a little bit about how infill typically works in your experience, particularly when we're talking about Harmony?
Infill, just to make sure everybody has a common definition of what that means, is it's development that occurs in an area that already has been largely developed. So infill would be adding a home to a vacant lot in a subdivision, or it would be a redevelopment of an existing developed property. So those are some examples that I would use to describe infill. If there are compatibility requirements associated with infill development, oftentimes they're governed through the process we're going through here today with the special use permit, which allows folks who have the community's best interest at heart to have an opportunity to take a look at the project and decide whether it is compatible or not. In other cases, communities could have specific design standards that they expect infill development to adhere to. That's not the case in this particular circumstance, but the special use permit processes provides this board, the Board of Adjustment, with an opportunity to weigh in on whether you find the use to be compatible, and whether you find the design of the site and the structure itself to be in harmony with the surrounding development.
Now, we're going to move on to the second part of this requirement, but before we do, Mr. Shuford, if you would look on page 11 of Exhibit H, and I would like for you to read 504.1. This is the purpose statement of the institutional residential district. Now, I'll hand it to you, Mr. Shuford. Do you have it, sir?
I think I may have that.
Okay, very good. And again, but if you do need, our exhibit notebook is right in front of you, sir.
You have it handy.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
take it from you to avoid wasting any more time.
It's right at the top there, 504.1.
This is the purpose statement for the zoning district that we're talking about. Purpose, the purposes of the institutional residential zoning district are: 1, to provide for a zone of transition between purely residential and purely institutional districts. 2, to serve as a residential district to accommodate a mixture of residential, office, and institutional uses in conditions of good health and safety. And 3, to provide for protected property values in areas which are predominantly residential in character.
Thank you, Mr. Shuford. I want to go to the second part of this special use permit criteria. I'm going to read it to you. This is again 3.10.624. And it says the location and character of the use, if developed according to the plan, as submitted and approved, will be in harmony with the area in which it is located. And here's the important part, or the part we're talking about now, and will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property. Now, you have not been qualified as an appraiser, so I really want you to limit your testimony to from a planning and zoning perspective. Can you talk about this requirement and the proposed use?
Well, I think what you're getting at is whether or not the proposed use is going to be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property. And there,
And we would object his ability to testify on that versus the first part of that requirement about harmony. I think that's something he's been qualified to talk about, but I haven't heard anything that would allow him to testify about whether this would
Well-
injure others' use and enjoyment. That's not a planning area.
Well, we would simply disagree. I mean, I've already qualified that he's not pretending to present value testimony. I don't see anything in here that says property values. It says injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property. So I think if Mr. Shuford were to stray out from matters dealing with the comprehensive plan or the zoning ordinance, then Mr. Noor would be correct. But we're not attempting to slide in, property value testimony.
If I might respond just briefly. So in order to testify about whether this would be injurious, there's been no testimony given about his exposure to any of the properties around us. There's no foundation for his ability to talk about how this would affect neighboring properties when he's not even testified that he's been to any of them. So again, I don't think he's an expert in this area. And two, no foundation has been laid in order for him to talk about whether this would be injurious or not. How could you know whether a view or some other aspect of a property would be lost if you've not even been there?
And there we would disagree because, as we've already established, Mr. Shuford heard the testimony of Mr. Kruckelberg and Mr. Bryant, who at great length have discussed the relation of this project to other properties. So really worth talking about what is injurious to the use and enjoyment of property is contemplated by the comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance.
I'm going to sustain this.
I want to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, could we make an offer of proof, which is simply he says what he's going to say, but then the board decides whether they're going to sustain the objection or not.
Well, in an offer of proof, just for the board's benefit, you can't consider what you hear. Offer of proof is for the record, for the trial transcript. It's not for you to listen to and then include into your decision-making process. So we would, again, I think the objection has been sustained, and so we should move on from this so that we can be
Not vote on that,
efficient
did we?
with our time.
You
sustain
can
it.
vote against it.
Okay, let's vote on
Okay, to
it. I do not want to sustain an objection from them. I want to hear it. He was accepted as a planning.
And the board
And with
has a
all due
right.
respect, I think the
as
chair
a-
makes this decision.
as a planning expert, does he have qualifications in whether it's injurious or not?
Well, again, I think to the extent we're talking about appraisal testimony, Mr. Noor is exactly right. He's not qualified. However, the very essence of the comprehensive plan is talking about the interrelation of uses to the property. Same thing with zoning ordinance. And respectfully, I would say we'd like to do the same thing Mr. Whitlock did the last time and appeal to the entire board. We'd like a vote of the board on that decision.
Okay,
But my comment to this is simply this. Mr. Schufer has been accepted as an expert in planning. He can speak in terms of what uses are next door or adjacencies, those kind of things, and whether it's interest in the sense of planning. That's what we're asking him for. So your counsel is saying you are not going to have him talk about values. That would be outside of your range. I would be interested in hearing from a comprehensive and zoning perspective how the effect is as it relates to planning in your degree or your expertise.
okay, so then I have sustained it, so you recommend we put it to the board for a vote to override that?
And I think for the clarity in the record, the applicant appealed the decision to the board.
I did
for
to the
whole
entire board,
to
seeking a
vote
vote
on.
from the board. That's correct. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
I think that's,
Well, we've got this in front of the board, so we just need to start down at the far end. And if you want to hear it, you're going to admit it. If you don't want to admit it, you can just say, don't want to hear it.
I want to hear it.
I'd like to hear it.
okay, we'll hear it.
Please proceed, Mr.
okay. From my perspective, and it is a limited one, as we've discussed, it doesn't deal with value or those sorts of things. But in my perspective, the proposed special use does not interfere with the use and enjoyment of surrounding properties because it doesn't encroach upon those properties or otherwise operationally interfere with how the owners of those properties can use their property for the purposes for which they were planned and constructed. The town setback height and buffering standards are met, as we've heard from different testimony. So that aspect of it has been taken care of. And from my perspective, the surrounding neighbors can continue to use their property as residents and other land uses without any infringement coming from this particular project.
Thank you, Mr. Shuford. And now, and I've sort of asked this already, but now that you've talked about both elements, do you have an opinion as to whether the proposed use will meet the required findings set out in Montreat zoning ordinance section 310.624?
We would just renew our objection for the record based on the second aspect of the standard.
Discussion,
Let's keep it going.
continue.
All right, looks like I'm back up. The proposed structure is essentially a replacement of existing lodge structures that are increasingly difficult to maintain. And I want to use a quote from the ordinance: "in conditions of good health and safety." And that's one of the purposes for the IR zoning district. From a land use standpoint, the lodge structure appears to be consistent with both the town zoning ordinance and comprehensive plan. Again, we're talking about essentially the similar use to what already exists on the property right now, a lodge use. With regard to the appearance, I've gone into some detail there, but it's certainly germane for you to consider the appearance component as part of your deliberation for this special use permit. But with regard to this building and its site design, the architect and the site planners have taken the opportunity provided by the slope site to minimize the scale of the proposed structure relative to surrounding residential land uses. It's been previously noted in other testimony, primarily from the architects, that the structure is far from the maximum size allowed in the IR zoning district for a lot of this size. The building design with its pitched roof, window and door placements, color palette, use of materials such as wood and stone is generally similar to and certainly compatible with the design of surrounding structures and with the structures in the town in general.
Thank you, Mr. Shuford. We're going to go on to another of the special use permit standards. And this is zoning ordinance section 310.625. And I'll read it out to you, sir. It is that the location and character of the use, if developed according to the plan as submitted and approved, will be in general conformity with the adopted policies and plans, including the comprehensive plan of the town of Montreat. Are you familiar with that standard, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as a professional planner, how do you assess whether a proposed use conforms to the comprehensive plan?
I think you've got to first look at whether or not the property in question is specifically referenced in the comprehensive plan. And clearly this property has been designated and mapped in the comprehensive plan as Town Center 1. The second step is to see if any goals, policies, or other statements found in the plan seem to apply to the proposed use. There are a variety of foundational comprehensive plan goals that apply to the proposed use. Let me go through a few of those that I have identified. This is starting on page 5 of Exhibit F. It's the list of the foundational goals for the town's comprehensive plan. I'm going to read to you 4 of these goals. First, goal A, the town of Montreat will recognize the need for adaptive and constructive management of new development and redevelopment of land and structures in the community while preserving the character, quality of life, and natural beauty of the town. The next goal that I'll point out is goal F. Focus and facilitate community activities, new development opportunities, and more intense uses into the town center. Goal K, improve parking efficiency in the town center and establish standard for better parking management in areas outside the town center. And last but not least, goal N, the town will embrace opportunities for alternative forms of land development and housing types to broaden the range of housing choices for its citizens, visitors, students, and faculty, and retirees while protecting the character of the community. So let me-
I don't want to interrupt you, Mr. Schufer. Did you have anything else you wanted to say on that?
I
point?
did.
Okay, sorry,
Thank you
sir.
for letting me get back to my notes. That may be it.
Okay. In just one moment, Mr. Schufer. All right, Mr. Schufer, with that as your general background, do you have an opinion as to whether the proposed use, if developed as proposed, will be in general conformity with the Montreat Comprehensive Plan?
I do.
And what is that opinion, sir?
That opinion is that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
I'll also elaborate a little bit more from my previous answer. When you want to find out whether something is compatible with the comprehensive plan, you also need to look at the implementation components that are part of the follow-up of the implementation of the comprehensive plan. And so we have, in this case, the town zoning ordinance. So we, in this particular case, prior testimonies indicated that the proposed lodge complies with the dimensional standards such as height, density, setback, parking of the town zoning ordinance. And I think that it's pretty clear between the comprehensive plan and the purpose behind this particular zoning district, the IR district, that we have compliance with the comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Mr. Schuford. Are you familiar with any other plans or policies that might be applicable to this project?
None that I'm especially able to weigh in on, such as the stormwater management program, things like that.
And as I understand, the town has a bicycle and greenway plan and also a tree management plan. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do those apply in this case?
Not as far as I'm concerned in terms of my testimony today.
Okay, thank you. We are getting near the end of your direct testimony, Mr. Schuford, so just a few more things. I'm going to read a standard to you, and I want to put an important qualifier in here that there are some things which you are not qualified to talk about, specifically stormwater drainage. There may be other items, and please feel free to limit your testimony as appropriate. And I'm referring to it's special use permit standard zoning ordinance 310.622. And that is that the use meets or will meet all the required and applicable development standards and conditions of the town of Montreat, including without limitation all development standards, conditions, and requirements related to utilities, parking, access, and stormwater drainage, and the applicable regulations of the zoning district in which it is located, except as such regulations may, for each case, be modified by the Board of Adjustment. So I really want you to focus on the zoning regulations, sir. Are you familiar with this standard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when it says applicable development regulations, what are you specifically talking about, Mr. Schiffer?
Well, the ones that concern my area of expertise would be the items listed in the zoning ordinance, not the stormwater management or the design of the traffic facilities. Those are not things that I can comment on, but in terms of the setback, the buffering requirements, the height standards, the massing, the density, all of that has been met, and prior testimony has provided evidence of that.
Okay, and just to be clear, so have you had an opportunity to review the application and plans and sufficient to form an opinion as to whether they'll comply with those limited development standards?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you have an opinion about those standards?
It appears from my review that there is compliance.
Okay. Just one moment, Mr. Schuford. I think we just have one other question, and this is really tagging on to an issue that it come up earlier in the hearing. Did you hear testimony from other witnesses about the timing and arrangement of permits? What I'm specifically getting at is when in the process certain permits are typically approved.
That's a great question, and what I'm going to do is speak to this from both a practical standpoint and
And Mr. Schuh, before you go on, Mr. Newer has got on his microphone with justification. I'm not asking you to speak about, what does it take to say get stormwater approval, but as a planning director, you've certainly had experience looking at development approvals and the timing of those. And so that's really, I want you to use that experience when you're talking about this. Thank you, sir.
And my only objection is, what's the question? I think the question was, did you hear the testimony?
So the question would be, please provide to the board your experience about where in the development process special use permit or zoning approval typically occurs. Thank you,
And,
sir.
and I
well,
would object based on the relevancy of that. The ordinance here in Montreat says when it does. It's before you
Oh.
write down and ask for compliance as one of the standards that the witnesses testified to. I don't know why.
Well, if Mr. Newer and Mr. Whitlock are willing to agree that the every conceivable approval, including stormwater, does not have to be obtained at this stage, we will withdraw the question. However, it seems to have been something that was of great concern to opposing counsel earlier in the hearing. It's the only reason we bring it up.
Overruled.
You can proceed, sir.
okay, I think probably the easiest way for me to address this is to make a reference to a section 301 in the town zoning ordinance, which requires a certificate of zoning compliance. So let me read that section. Certificate of zoning compliance required. No building or other structure shall be constructed, erected, moved, enlarged, or structurally altered, nor shall any land be cleared, graded, filled, or evacuated, nor shall any new parking spaces or parking lots be installed or constructed, nor shall any building permit be issued, nor shall any change in the use of any building, structure, or land be made until a certificate of zoning compliance shall have been issued by the zoning administrator. No certificate of zoning compliance shall be issued except in conformity with the provisions of this ordinance. Replacement of roof shingles does not require zoning compliance. Where a variance or a special use permit is required, the zoning administrator shall not issue a certificate of zoning compliance until such variance or permit shall be approved by the Board of Adjustment. A copy of all certificates of zoning compliance shall be kept in the town office. So essentially what this is saying is that this project cannot go forward to get a building permit or other dependent permits like stormwater management or a driveway road cut or any of those things until the special use permit has been issued by this board. So from a practical standpoint for the property owner, requiring someone to get the level of detail that would be required for a full stormwater permit or for a building permit or things along those lines is not required at this time because they can't move forward to actually design that until this board has approved the special use permit and the designers know what has been approved. In many cases I've seen in the past, a board of adjustment or a planning board dealing with these types of issues might make suggestions and changes might occur. And those have to be taken into account through the permitting process. Even the fact that you might have an approved stormwater plan at this point in the development process doesn't mean that changes that could occur through your review and approval of the special use permit would not modify those stormwater standards or that driveway placement permit. So there's a sequence to these things that develops logically when you've been involved in this. And just to provide a little background on it, I've chaired the technical review committee of a number of cities development review processes. Typically what that means is in order to provide the development community with a kind of an organized review, a technical review committee might include people from public works, from transportation, zoning, planning, and other city departments that might be affected by the proposed use. And in the cases of the cities in which I've worked and are referring to, that technical review committee basically brings all these people together to provide comments with regard to the development process. But regardless of those comments you might receive prior to receiving the certificate of zoning compliance here in Montreat, you've got to get through the special use permit process first.
And I think this is our last question, Mr. Shuford. If the MRA doesn't get any of these permits, special use permit, zoning compliance, building permit, does the project go forward?
No, it can't go forward until all those permits have been obtained.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shuford. No further questions.
I think, Mr. Chair, you indicated breaks on the hour.
And yeah, if let's just have one more question.
Actually, two, but go ahead. Go for it. Go first.
All right, Mr. Shuford, a question, just to make sure I've got it straight, because we may have gotten a little confused up here in earlier testimony. What you're saying is the special use comes first. From what you read, the special use permit comes first. From that, the stormwater is done and these other things that come after that. It's not get the stormwater done and then get the special use permit. This is the first stop in the entire process.
That's correct. And you know, the certificate of zoning compliance could be even issued for a use that's permitted by right. So that could be handled at the staff level rather than before this board, but it is listed in the code as the first step. And
Yeah, when you read the code, I think that helped give me clarity. I'd gotten perhaps myself confused. Can I ask a kind of follow up on this? Was it your testimony that the comprehensive plan is the target of where this town wants to go? I'm gonna put it in my words now. Comprehensive plan is a target of where we want to go, and the zoning ordinance is the toolbox by which to get there.
That's correct. It is one of many tools that can be used to implement a comprehensive plan. We referred to the bicycle plan earlier. That's another method by which the comprehensive plan can be implemented. Capital improvement program as well.
Okay, and you made a great statement early on that was interesting. You said if the town center hatch, or from my comprehensive plan, it's a hatch section. If that hatch section is extended over into this property, we wouldn't be here today.
That's correct. It would be a staff level approval for the hotel or
Okay.
lodge.
And did someone, I don't know if you testified today, did you testify about where does that hatch line stop? Or is it right, does it touch this property right on the edge of this property, or is it feet away or miles away?
It's in the vicinity, but I don't think it touches this property. I could be mistaken about that.
Thank you.
And I just have a question, and I'm not sure if you're the right one to answer. It's about interpretation of the zoning. Are you the appropriate person to ask?
If I may, I would suggest ask the question. And if Mr. Schieffer's not qualified, we'll
It's,
get you the right person.
it is, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not sure how to state this, so I'm just going to state it. We all know it's an IR district. We understand that there's, it is okay to put a hotel there. I think maybe some of the concerns of the neighbors is that what's happening on that property is going from a seasonal use through no fault of its own. Those two of the houses don't have heating, to a 365 day of the year use possibly. Is there any, in zoning, is there any consideration for past use of a product? Like, the only other thing I can think of is like an easement. Easements aren't written in there, but sometimes when you get an easement, all of a sudden that screws up the use of a property. With this, the fact that it hasn't been used 365 days of the year set a precedent, I guess. Do you follow what I'm going?
Let me see if I can rephrase your questions and
Please.
see if I'm on
Because it was
track
garbled.
to understand it. You are asking whether or not the fact that the use is has been previously more
Limited.
seasonal in nature rather than 360
Correct.
degrees or days, 365 days a year. There are some uses that are referred to as temporary uses or seasonal uses in certain zoning districts, but in this case, I don't think the lack of full 24/7, 365 days a year is relevant to the consideration for your standpoint, because I think we've to some degree established that the use in question is okay for this property because is currently being used as a lodge or lodges. And for that use, so that's not the real, the use is not apparently the real issue. The issue is how does the specific project, its site design, the building design, fit within the character of the community from the standpoint of the standards that you have to look at in issuing the special use permit.
Thank you.
Comment. Well, that's a very interesting comment you made. Is all I could think about is it. As a kid, Labor Day, the sign would go on the ice cream stand that said, "Closed for the season, see you next summer." And maybe some of the resistance has been that Montreat's no longer closed after Labor Day and open next summer. And what you're telling us, if I understood you correctly, is your testimony doesn't say that zoning provides any seasonality to it. It is a 365, 24-hour zoning policy in place.
That's what's on the table for y'all's consideration.
And so also just the fact that it's been that way for a long time has no standing on the issue. It's zoned this way, it can be done this way. Whether it's been used or not used really doesn't come into play.
Right. I did not look for this in particular and reviewing the zoning ordinance, but I didn't see anything that seemed to indicate that that lodge had a sort of a seasonal designation. It's certainly something that you could consider, the fact that it's a longer aspect of it, but if it's really if it's not compatible over a short period of time, it's not going to be compatible over a longer period of time.
Thank you.
And then I come back to me again, I'm sorry. When you talked in terms of it being, I don't know if your terms were non-disturbance or in compliance with your planning thing. Do you remember the word you used to describe the use is in conformance or
Conformity.
conformity? Is that what it was?
In conformity with the plan.
In conformity with the plan. We keep hearing testimony about what's on the right and left of this house and perhaps somewhat behind it. But when you go down there and look at it, here's the land, here is the road in front of it. And you have Anderson Auditorium sitting in front of it, the MRA building, on the retail building on the left. When you say it's in conformity or in compliance or consistent with all that, are you looking from that perspective, not only right and left, but across the street and saying, this is in compliance and it's a suitable use, it's a suitable redevelopment? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. I think that's exactly what I'm saying. When you start to look at the general neighborhood, if you will, that this project is going to be located in, the institutional uses that are existing in that area are all fairly large scale in terms of the size of the buildings, roughly the same, if not larger than what we're have under consideration here today. So I take those into consideration. Also, I will say this, the institutional residential zoning district is sort of set up to address the fact that there will be transition with regard to some of these uses in the future. And the intent behind having it as a special use permit appears to be that there's a desire to make sure that that both residential and institutional uses take each other into consideration in how they function and operate in close compatibility with each other.
Thank you.
Questions? Okay, we'll take a break. That's all right. And if we could, let's do it 10 minutes or less.
I can still text you.
Now they just know it's TikTok.
Where's that gavel I got you?
I don't know where it went. But I got it from last time. Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
We've concluded our direct testimony. So now I'll leave it to opposing counsel for the cross-examination, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Shuford. My name is John Noor. And I'm going to sort of just jump right into the comp plan because I think a lot of your
Yes, sir.
testimony is about consistency. And so I want us to take the time to really talk about these terms because they're not interchangeable, a lot of them. So the first is looking at the comp plan. The comp plan itself acknowledges that there is virtually no commercial uses in the town of Montreat as of the date the comp plan was adopted. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if I can, Josh, have my screen up, please. And if we look at section 2.6 of the comp plan here, and it's highlighted, and I'll read, the part of the highlighted text says, Montreat differs radically from other communities as it is almost completely absent of commercial and service uses. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And that's from the comp plan that was adopted.
Yes.
Okay. And in this context, we also see that, and I'll present here, this is figure 2 from the comp plan, the existing land use map. And I'll represent, I'm happy to call it out for you, but commercial is identified there in red, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, no red properties highlighted within the town as of when the comp plan was adopted.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay, so no commercial uses within the town as of when the comp plan is adopted. It says that in the text, it's demonstrated in the existing land use map as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in this case, I know you talked about when you were asked questions from a couple of the board members, I think Mr. Salaski and Ms. James, about consistency. You used the term institutional, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and institutional is not the same as commercial, is it, in the comp plan?
No, sir.
Okay, and it's not the same in the zoning code either.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'll throw up here for the board, under commercial uses, we see that the proposed use in this application, hotel, is a commercial use, correct?
Yes, sir. It's listed in the overall commercial use category.
And when we look at, and I'll just throw it up here just so the board can see it as well. When we look at institutional uses, just public and institutional, do you see that in the use table?
Yes, sir.
Hotel is not listed as an institutional use, is it?
That's correct.
Okay, so we have a commercial application, but you were talking about institutional conformity, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Two different things under the comp plan as you testified to, correct?
Yes.
Two different things under the land use code.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so saying consistency from an institutional standpoint is not the same as saying it's consistent from a commercial standpoint, is it?
That's true.
Okay. Turning back to the comp plan, you had talked about the goals in the comp plan. Do you recall that portion of your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'll throw that up here. This is in section 3.0 of Montreat Tomorrow. Talks about the goals, section 3.1, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is what you were referring to when you talked about the different goals.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to call out one that you did not talk about, and that's goal O. And the highlighted portion there of goal O says the town should allow limited commercial development to allow for daily needs of its citizens, visitors, students, and faculty, and to provide a focus for other community activities while protecting the character of the community. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
So again, the comp plan says commercial development should be limited, doesn't it?
Yes, it says it should be allowed in a limited capacity.
Okay. That goal is also consistent with other components of the comp plan, and I'm going to turn your attention. Did you review the attachments and inclusions in the comp plan, including the survey results that inform the comp plan?
Yes, sir. It's been a while, but yes.
Okay. So when we look at the surveys here, there was a survey, I'll represent you, you said you reviewed it. There was a survey done of residents in preparation of the comp plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And a couple of things that they pointed out in those survey results were about land use and community character. And highlighted in yellow here, and this is from that survey results summary as part of the comp plan, it says that the responses, 95.4% of those responses felt that the comp plan should reflect a plan, as you said, a blueprint, I think was your word,
Yes, sir.
that it should remain mostly residential. Did I read that correct?
That's what it says there. Yes, sir.
And then in green there, it says the town should not, and not is emphasized there, I think, in bold, accommodate a variety of services, and that's at 83% of the responses. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then further down in development and growth, on that same page, development and growth questions yielded a very high agreement / disagreement on the following topics. In the portion highlighted in blue, it says, should not, and again, not is emphasized, allow commercial development in key areas, 80% of respondents. Is that accurate?
That's what it says. Yes, sir.
And I'm going to go to the next page of that summary of the survey results. This survey here talks about most opposed types of development at over 75% of survey respondents. And I've highlighted in yellow, it says hotels, motels, and bed and breakfast with 82%, somewhat or strongly opposed as part of the survey results. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's the basis. That survey was used to form the comp plan, correct?
Yes, sir. The steps are that you do your basic research to begin with about what the town currently has in place when you're developing a comprehensive plan. You look at what prior planning documents they have, and then you gauge where the town wants to go based upon a public comment and assessment of that public comment.
So the public comment and steps in that process informs the outcome of the comp plan.
Yes, sir. That's a good way to put it.
Okay. And do you recall what the number was for, there was a section, I think, on most favored types of development at over 70%. Do you recall any of those uses?
Not off the top of my head, sir.
Okay. We'll come back to that. I'd like to go, before we leave the survey response rate, or the survey itself. I also want to present for the board here. There was information in that survey that talked about the survey itself. And I've highlighted the section called response rate. And I'll read for it and let me know if I read this incorrectly. It says the town received 373 completed questionnaires out of 728 survey mailers. This represents a response rate of approximately 51.2% at a 95% confidence level with a margin of error of plus or minus 3.55%. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
So in this survey results, not only does it summarize the areas we just covered, but it also provides that this is an accurate, the confidence level in this survey's outcome is a 95% confidence level with a fairly small margin of error. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a very good return rate for a survey of this sort, and I'm not going to quibble about the statistical methods that they've used.
Okay. But that's what's included as part of the comp plan.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, may I ask a question real quick? When was the survey done?
I can,
I believe the comp plan was adopted in 2008, so it would be probably the year prior or somewhere in that range.
14 years ago.
Yes,
to be clear, to contextualize that though, the standard is conformity with the comp plan whenever it was last adopted, correct?
yes, sir.
Okay, so it is relevant today as it was in 2009 for the purposes of this board in making its decision.
I would like to add though one thing. It also said that it needed to be updated within 5 to 10 years, and it was not.
And
Just for context.
And my question to the witness is, in these type situations, and you've done this in a number of different municipalities across the state, the comp plan, if the standard requires conformity with the comp plan, remains relevant for as long as the comp plan's in place, correct?
That is correct.
Even if a municipality, to the chair's point, maybe should have been on a review process of 5 to 6 years, but didn't, it's still relevant as a standard for the decision.
That's true. I've used a future land use plan in Fayetteville that was a 2010 as its maximum date that it was supposed to go out to, and was doing that in 2017 when I left the city.
And there's a lot of factors that can go into that. These aren't cheap documents to produce, correct?
It depends. We wrote one in Asheville just with staff resources back in 2004, but in general, you're probably spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to have a consultant prepare one.
Okay. I'll share one other portion here. In the highlight section of that survey as well, it indicates, and I've highlighted it in green, it says overall, the survey results were very consistent across the board. A large majority of the questions resulted in high levels of agreement. There were 26 questions that resulted in agreement levels over 70%. Any result depicting 70% or higher levels of agreement can be identified as a strong directional indicator. Did I read that last sentence correctly?
Yes, sir.
So again, these indicators where the support or opposition exceeded 70%, the survey itself concludes was a strong directional indicator for how the comp plan should be formed around that survey, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Another portion of the comp plan related to, I think they had meetings in town. Do you recall that section?
A design charrette?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And I will throw that up here. In the comp plan, it sort of introduces issues that were raised during the design charrette. And I'll call out a couple here. So lack of commercial services. It appears that we had, at least in one area, at least 147 folks who were able to raise certain content as an issue. We'll look at preservation of character as one of them in green, correct?
Yes, sir.
So of those participants, 147 people indicated that preservation of character was an issue that they thought needed to be included in the comp plan, correct?
Yes, sir.
And of all the folks who participated, how many indicated that lack of commercial services was an issue that needed to be addressed?
Well, there's only one vote up there, so that's probably just one person.
Okay. So based on the survey and the charrettes, and as you said, that then informs the comp plan and the components of the comp plan, correct?
Yes, sir.
The comp plan itself came up with a number of recommendations and implementation strategies, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm going to throw up one here. There was one for commercial services, was there not?
I don't recall that one in particular, but I'm reading it right now.
Okay, I'll give you a second to read that just so you have an opportunity.
Okay.
So in this, goals and recommendations and O, and again, we see goals here on the left and it says O, correct?
Yes.
Yep. So that's corresponding with goal O, as best you can tell.
Yes, sir, that would be the case.
And that was the goal that talked about limited commercial services within the town, correct?
Yeah, but I think the goal O does say the town should allow limited commercial development, as opposed to no commercial development.
Limited.
Yes.
So this is goal O, and the recommendation here is it says adopt land development standards and controls that allow service uses in appropriate areas, but still protect the image and character of the community. Did I read that recommendation correctly?
Yes, sir.
And then in strategy 2 there, it says define a town center district and add to the zoning ordinance and zoning map. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that was strategy 2 for that goal O.
May I ask another question? I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm asking them at the proper time or not, but I don't want to lose this thread. If you are saying that this institutional residential designation that they're trying to do a commercial building in the institutional residential, is that the
Correct.
goal here? Does that mean the existing lodges then are institutional or commercial?
So well, I think that's a good question for the witness, and I'll let the witness answer under the land use code, whether the existing uses would be classified one way or the other. I'll
Okay.
ask it for the board members. So,
No, I can answer that question.
so in this context, the existing uses are defined as what under the current zoning code?
Well, they would be defined under the umbrella of hotel.
Which is a commercial.
So we've got non-conforming lodges in an institutional residential area? Is that what we're saying here?
I think maybe I can provide a little bit of background here. Until the most recent zoning ordinance that was adopted this past June, lodges were separately defined. I don't have the old zoning ordinance in front of me, but they were not considered to be under the umbrella of hotel. And I understand, having written many codes, that you're trying to consolidate as much as you can to make it easier for the zoning administrator to be able to find things. But I think the way to look at it is from the standpoint of what constitutes an institutional use. As far as I know, the lodge being proposed by the applicant is not open to the public. It's not going to be provided for the general public to be part of. From that standpoint, to me, it reads more like an institutional use. So let me read a definition from the Law Insider. Normally, if you don't have a definition in your zoning ordinance, you typically go to Merriam-Webster or some other dictionary. But a lot of times what you have are phrases. So here we're talking about institutional use, and just going to a standard dictionary doesn't get at it. So I did a little research on that. This is from the Law Insider. I think it's a pretty good definition. Institutional uses mean those uses in organized, established, used, or intended to be used for the promotion of a public, religious, educational, charitable, cultural, social, or philanthropic activity, and normally operated on a nonprofit basis. So that definition seems to capture what is being proposed here as a project by the Mountain Retreat Association, perhaps better than what we think of as hotel.
Well, Mr. Schubert, if I can clarify, I think it's and this is the reason I want to clarify. That definition is not in the zoning ordinance, is it?
That's correct.
And the zoning ordinance clearly identifies hotel as a commercial use in its uses table, doesn't it?
It is in the overall category of commercial uses in the table of uses.
So even by your own testimony that you just gave, we're not in a situation where we lack a definition of what it is. It tells us it's a commercial use. Correct?
I can see that argument.
So we don't need to go to any other definitions because the land use code identifies it as a commercial use, correct?
That's true.
And that was the plan adopted by the town's commissioners as recently as 4 months ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
What was it before? 4 months ago? Was it, what was the designation of that property? Does anybody know? Was it IR before that?
I know the zoning administrator is likely to testify after Mr. Shuford and might be able to answer that question for Ms. James. But I wouldn't want to give you an incorrect answer on that.
Is a
Nor,
commercial use, is an institution, a nonprofit institution or 501c3 or any kind of nonprofit considered commercial?
I think you can have commercial or institutional uses that are operated in a for-profit circumstance, but this particular definition doesn't make it exclusive to be a nonprofit, but I think that figures into what the circumstances are here with regard to the operation of this facility by the MRA. And but you can imagine an institution that such as a private museum that it could be considered both commercial and institutional as a result of its how it operates.
Mr.
Thank you.
Shuford, so in that context, and I think it's an important distinction for the board as well, when we're talking about uses, we're talking about how the property is used, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not who owns it, correct?
That's true.
So ownership is irrelevant to whether something is a use that fits within the context of a use table. It's how the property is actually being used, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the fact that the MRA would be owning this isn't a factor that goes into whether this is a particular use.
Not from my perspective as a planner. We're basically taught not to worry about who uses the property. I mean, who owns the property, but how the use is going to be involved. But I do think that brings me back to the fact that the use is basically for the promotion of a public, religious, educational, charitable, cultural, social, or philanthropic activity. And that does relate to the use, not the ownership.
To be clear, though, that's the definition that's not in the zoning code.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's not Montreat's law. That's something that you found in your research here.
Well, I will say in my practice, typically, I do look for ways to address non-defined uses when they're in a zoning code.
But I want to be clear, it's not non-defined here because hotel is listed under commercial uses in the zoning code, isn't it?
I can't even tell you for sure if commercial is a definition in the zoning code.
Does that mean then if we're going to go by strict interpretation of the word institutional versus commercial, does that mean the existing lodges then would be in non-compliance with the zoning? I mean, we're opening a can of worms here.
So let me, if I could ask Council or Commissioner James, if I could just ask that question in a way that I think will get to where you're going with that. When something is operated on a piece of property and the zoning regulations change, that makes it a non-conforming use, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
if it's not allowed under the change.
Okay, so in this case, the 4 existing lodges that are on the property are non-conforming uses. They don't have special use permits for them, which are what is required under the current zoning code, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we have non-conforming uses on the property, and the proposed new use would be a hotel / lodge that is asking for a special use permit in order to operate, correct?
That's correct. And as you just pointed out, the fact that a hotel is listed as a special use in institutional residential zoning districts indicates that under certain circumstances, it's an acceptable use in that particular district, or it would not be listed as such.
And to be clear, though, that's the zoning code, not the comp plan, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm referring to the zoning
Okay.
code.
Could you repeat what you just said about
I hope so.
the definition? Sorry, we went around a lot.
The fact that this use is listed in the institutional residential zoning district in that table of uses as a special use permit indicates that it is under certain circumstances entirely appropriate in that zoning district.
And those circumstances are this board finding that each of the conditions under the special use permit have been met.
That's
Correct.
exactly correct.
One of which goes back to conformity between the comp plan and the proposed use, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in moving forward through, and I'm gonna go back to for just a second to the strategies here. We were talking about, and I think these are all great questions that we help provide clarity, is that one of the strategies was to define a town center district that came out of the comp plan, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in the comp plan, we see here, and this is the figure 2 proposed townwide plan out of the comp plan. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Figure 7. And I'll just call out the section here. This was the center of town as sort of defined in the comp plan that says town center 1, town center 2, town center 3. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the proposed site for the hotel would be located in what the comp plan defined as town center 3, correct? And I'm happy to rearrange that if that's not entirely clear. It's a little blurry there. Hold on.
That seems to be the case.
Town center 3, or excuse me, town center 1.
Sorry, start
Yes,
that over.
town
I'm
center
trying to
one,
figure out where
excuse
this use is.
So let me pull that up one more time. That'll probably make it a little bit better. So that green area is defined as town center 1.
Right. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Town center 3 is in red, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the Carolina blue is town center 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this would have been in town center 1, and that's how the comp plan defines, essentially lays out town center in its text, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have one of the recommendations to the commissioners, though, is to define the town center district. That's one of the express strategies in the comp plan, correct?
Well, actually, they do kind of define that. I quoted it earlier. It's planned for mostly institutional uses and activities centered around the MRA, as well as institutional uses. So it's in there. My testimony will refer to that particular description of the town center 1 district.
But strategy 2 says we need to define the town center district and add to the zoning ordinance and zoning map. That's strategy 2 as part of the comp plan. Okay. So the commissioners did that. This is the zoning map. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think this was submitted as an exhibit or as evidenced by the applicant as well. And if we zoom in here,
And just for the board, this is our exhibit H. So Mr. Norris is correct about that.
town center is this hatched overlay, correct?
That's the town center overlay.
Exhibit
Yes,
G,
sir.
pardon me.
Correct. And if we then go to where this is, when the commissioners define the town center, they did not include this particular property within what is defined as the town center.
It's not shown as a part of the town center overlay in the zoning district.
Okay, so comp plan essentially puts this property within TC1, correct?
Yes,
Commissioners review it as part of the strategy recommendation to develop a town center, and they narrowed the size of the town center, correct?
They felt that the provisions that they put into the zoning ordinance dealing with the town center overlay should apply in the area designated geographically there.
Which is smaller than the area that was indicated in the comp plan.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we've got a little slight inconsistency between what was in the comp plan for town center and what was adopted by the commissioners, correct?
I'm not sure you would necessarily call that an inconsistency. It looks like in adopting the town center overlay, there were a handful of uses that might have been allowed that are different than the ones that would be in areas designated town center 1 that include the institutional residential district.
But between the areas, literally the geographic areas, those are inconsistent. One is smaller than the other. There's overlap, but they're not exactly the same.
Well, I don't think they necessarily need to be exactly the same because the zoning ordinance is a method by which some provisions of the comprehensive plan are implemented. And that's the town center overlay is one of those, as well as the how they designated the town center 1 and town center 3 for that matter.
And I guess my question is, but they're not the same, correct? Can we at least agree on that? Those geographic areas are not. So
They're covered by different regulations.
well, and I'm not talking about the regulations. I'm talking about literally the geographic scope. And I'll go back, maybe that'll be helpful. What is within town center in the comp plan includes more area than what is in the town's adopted town center overlay. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about from them being inconsistent from that standpoint. Correct?
Okay.
Okay. Are you familiar with, you said you were familiar with 160D, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm going to throw up for the board's benefit here. This is 160D-605 governing board statement. So when folks are considering amendments to their zoning ordinance or their plans, they have to consider those changes in the context of the comp plan, correct?
That's correct.
They've got to look at the comp plan and then decide whether their changes are consistent or inconsistent. And inconsistencies are dealt with through this statute, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to call out a highlighted text portion here and just, I'm going to read it if you'll correct me if I read it incorrectly. It says, if a zoning map amendment is adopted and the action was deemed inconsistent with the adopted plan, in this case, the adopted plan we're talking about is the comp plan, correct?
Yes.
The zoning amendment shall have the effect of also amending any future land use map in the approved plan. And no additional request or application for a plan amendment shall be required. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
So when the commissioners adopted the zoning map, this statute says it had the effect of amending the map in the comp plan, does it not?
Sorry about that.
No. I can ask it again if that'd be helpful.
Yes, that's correct.
So when the town center overlay district was adopted in the zoning map, that's the town center district we're talking about in the comp plan as well, isn't it?
I'm going to object unless we see the governing board statement, because that's speculation at best.
I'm happy to put that up. So, well, let me do this. I'll withdraw that question for a second. And I will go to, if you'll just give me a second. This, we have a certified copy if the board would like. This is ordinance number 13-09-001 to amend Montreat zoning ordinance articles 4, 5, 6, and 7. And we'll make this exhibit, just a second. We'll have this be H7. You do already?
Okay, do we have a copy as well? Thank you, sir. All right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And so are we listening, this is H8?
H7.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'm sorry. I agree. Thank you, Mayor. H8.
Okay, thank you.
So for the record, we'll call this H8.
Do you need to designate that on the original?
I think we will on the original after we get done asking questions, but we'll have you hold on to that for a moment. Now, looking at this ordinance, this, if you'll look through it, I think, I'll get to the page here. When we get down to section 700, permitted uses table, do you see that?
Sir.
We see here that a new district is added, TCO.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's where, so this ordinance is what is adding the overlay district to the zoning code. As I'm scrolling through here, do you see all these permitted and special use designations within the code?
I do. They look different than the one in the code, maybe because of the use of an X as opposed to an S or a P.
This is also 2013 versus the current code that was amended in
I got you. Well, that
2021.
explains it.
And here, section 708, for the first time, we have designation of the town center overlay district, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go back for just a second. So again, that's the ordinance that adopts the district, as was part of the strategy in the comp plan. And as you just testified, when they created that district per 160D-1605, that had the effect of amending the map in the comp plan. Correct. I think your testimony was already yes, but I'm just.
It was, and I may want to qualify that a little bit. When a community adopts an overlay district, it's a way of modifying the zoning standards of the underlying district that might be there. So in this particular case, it's not overlaying any particular district, it's a standalone district. So whether or not that modifies and takes away from the town center 1, 2, and 3 designation on the comp plan is not clear, but this certainly added a town center overlay component to the comp plan.
Well, and looking back at this map, there is no TC 1, 2, or 3 in the zoning map, correct?
That's correct.
So it's not supplanting, excuse me, it's not supplementing. It is the only district in the current zoning map. Only town center district.
It's the only town center district. Yes, sir.
Okay.
But and as you have rightly noted, it covers the area covered by that hatched area on there. So the other areas that have been designated as town center 1, 2, and 3 are not affected by that because that's the only town center overlay component.
I'm just throwing the statute up there again and I'll read it. If the zoning map is adopted and the action is deemed inconsistent with the adopted plan, again, you testified that was the comp plan, the zoning amendment shall have the effect of also amending any future land use map in the approved plan. So there is no TC 1, 2, or 3 in the zoning map, correct?
That's correct.
The one district as town center is the overlay, correct?
Yep.
So under the statute, it's supplanted to, excuse me, I want to be clear, it amended the comp plan map to simply be the overlay district adopted by the commissioners, correct?
Right, which doesn't include the area in question.
That's right. So this area is not within the town center district
It's
as
not
defined in
within
the comp
town
plan
center overlay district.
or in the comp plan.
Keep in mind that the hatched area does not include the subject property. Number one. Number two, it would have modified the comp plan with regard to the area that it covered, but it does not cover this. So you still would have the Town Center 1 designation for this property in place because it did not change areas outside of that hatched area.
I want to emphasize again the words, any future land use map in the approved plan. So by choosing a smaller area for the town center district, they chose to have that district be smaller than what was in the comp plan, and this statute amended the comp plan's map going forward, correct?
Well, it is, from what I can tell, is the town center overlay was to take certain uses that might have been allowed in other use designations that cover that area prior to the adoption of this zoning ordinance. But it doesn't cover the area that has been left out. In other words, basically you said that a new zoning district has been created. It's a new land use area covered under the comp plan, but the subject property is not in that. So from my perspective as a planner, however that subject property was identified, since it's not part of this change, it still is in effect.
So I think that's a good segue to the next group of questions I wanted to ask, and that's, and I'm going to put up here. This is talking about the town center in the comp plan, and I'm going to pull something out here from the text, and this is in the TC1 district, which is the district that you contend is still applicable, even though, you know, we've thrown up the statute and it says what it says. But I've highlighted here, it says Town Center 1 is planned mostly for institutional uses and activities centered around the MRA. In addition to institutional uses, this could be used for office, civic, residential, and service uses. Institutional is what's indicated in the comp plan, correct?
Yes.
And when we look again, and I'll just throw this up here, hotel is not listed as an institutional use in the zoning code, is it?
No, it's in the commercial designation.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
And
Wait a minute. I'm getting confused up here. The subject property we're talking about, did you testify that's in the IR district?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in the IR district, did you testify on the IR district on page 45 of the use? If you look down IR district, you get down the commercial use, it says hotels, special use. Is that what you testified?
Yes, sir.
So why are we spending all this time spinning around talking about commercial use and other things when it's the IR district with a special use for a hotel in that thing?
because one of the standards for special use permits is consistency with the comp plan. So the comp plan indicates here, it's mostly TC1. This is what the witnesses indicated is where the property is located, is for institutional uses. The hotel is not an institutional use. So that's why these questions are being asked in the way that they're being asked.
But it continues to say the college to address housing needs, especially lodging needs, the MRA experiences during peak summer visitor season. In addition, it doesn't say you can't do it. It says you possibility.
Well, again, to center the boards, the standard is consistency with the comp plan. And so my question, or one, highlighting what it specifically identifies as consistent institutional uses. And as the board member just, Ms. James just pointed out, during the summer season. And I think there were a number of questions you asked the witness beforehand about whether this is 365 or seasonal. So the comp plan itself might suggest that there are uses during certain seasons that aren't appropriate in others. But my questions are what is identified in the comp plan as an appropriate use? The questions were about institutional uses. I'll segue that to where in the comp plan does it indicate that commercial uses are appropriate in the TC1 district?
Well, I think it's right there where you have the service uses, because the comp plan does make reference to the fact that there's not a lot of commercial service uses provided in the town, and you've done a very good job of pointing out that those areas are very limited. So I would suggest to you that in addition to the institutional uses, you have the service uses, the office uses, and other things that could be considered in this particular case. Again, as far as I'm concerned, it's still in the TC1 district in the comp plan. And the provisions that we've talked about there do apply, although there is a clear favorite approach to institutional use. But the question, I guess, really comes down to some degree, the operation of the lodge, which has been discussed previously, and I won't repeat that. But,
So I think I'm coming close to the end on my questions here. Again, I think we put this up here again, purpose of the IR district. Section 2 here is to serve as a residential district to accommodate a mixture of residential, office, and institutional uses in conditions of good health and safety. Commercial is not listed as part of that purpose, is it?
not number 2, that's true.
Not number 3 either, or number 1.
It also defines,
I
It
think
has a
number 1
transition.
falls into the category there. It's a zone of transition between the purely residential and purely institutional districts. You might make the argument that the town center overlay is directed at, to some degree, pure institutional uses and not so much a transition area. But I would also point out that that particular district that is intended to be so heavily weighted towards institution also allows a hotel by right. My point is that the hotel use is allowed even in the town center area that is, as we've discussed, primarily for institutional type of activities.
And that's permitted by right in the town center overlay district
That's correct.
designated by the commission, but not in this area.
No, not in the IR district. It's a special use permit, which is why we're here today.
Okay, have just a moment.
could I ask a quick question? The terminology in states that is to be used as a transitional area. How is that defined? How would you define that?
The way I would define it is to recognize that this is an area that there was an expectation of change happening, hence the transition, and that the intent is to provide provisions that make that transition occur in an orderly, compatible way with the as transition happens. And so I think that's why I would suggest that the town probably put the hotel use as a special use in the IR district, as opposed to allowing it as a use by right in the town center overlay.
But either way, in your opinion, it would be allowed in Town Center 1 or allowed in the IR district as well?
That's my position. Again, subject to the approval of the board.
Just to clarify, Mr. Shuford, if it's allowed in IR and allowed in Town Center 1, is there any documentation in the comprehensive plan or the zoning that speaks just the opposite, saying that although it's Town Center 1, although it's institutional, we don't want a hotel use? And there's no if. Let me try to clear it up. There doesn't appear to be any wording otherwise in this comprehensive plan done, 14 years ago, the zoning just redone. There's nothing that says their intent was to change this use from hotel institutional, the nature of that being a more vibrant town center area. There's no indication in any of the wording that they're trying to go any different direction than let it continue to be a more dense area, a more compact. Leave the density in the valley and let the low end residential be upon the periphery. I don't see anything inconsistent with that. Is that the testimony?
I think you're exactly right there. In fact, think it relates to one of the other goals of the comprehensive plan. Here we go. This is from section 3.1 of the town comprehensive plan. Goal F, focus and facilitate community activities, new development opportunities, and more intense uses into the town center. And that's, we've had a lot of talk about the town center overlay, but the town centers that are in there are the 1, 2, and 3. And now with the adoption of the town center overlay, that's sort of a fourth category. And I haven't looked at to see whether it fully encompasses one of the 3 town centers.
If I can ask, I think we need to be very clear about this. And Member Solaski indicated that this is permitted in the IR district. And I want us to be clear about it. It's not permitted in the IR district, is it?
No, sir, it's a special use.
So you only get to do this if you get a special use permit, correct?
That's correct.
So it's not permitted by right. It's not something someone can automatically go and do. It is only allowed if you meet every single one of the standards, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So this is not a situation where, they're getting to do something they would otherwise be able to do under the code, except for obtaining this permit. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one of those standards is consistency with the comp plan for granting the special use permit, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this board has to conclude that there is consistency with the proposed plan and the comp plan in order to grant the special use permit, correct?
Yes,
And if they don't, you don't get the special use permit, do you?
that's correct.
And so you don't get to build the hotel. Correct.
Without the special use permit, this project can't go forward.
So consistency is a critical decision for this board as part of its process in evaluating the permit application. They can't do this without it. Correct.
That is correct.
And just a couple other clarifications on this. You just said that there may be a fourth category with the overlay district. Again, I think it might be important. Let's put that statute up one more time. If the zoning map amendment is adopted and the action is deemed inconsistent with the adopted plan, the comp plan, the zoning amendment shall have the effect of also amending any future land use map in the approved plan. So the statute by its own terms says when they adopted the map amendment, they had the effect of amending the map in the comp plan, correct?
Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
correct.
So the plan we're dealing with that's in the zoning map and the comp plan is one and the same. That's what happened when they amended their zoning map, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the TC1, the TC2, and TC3, they don't exist anymore because they don't exist in the map. The
I'm
zoning-
going to object.
No, that's not correct. The area that you're talking about is the town center overlay. Is a specific designated area as you put on the map. Just because it was put in and substituted for what other designation was in the comp plan from 14 years ago has no bearing on this because this property is outside of that. And the TC1 district is, at least in part, if not entirely, outside of the town center overlay. So yes, the town center overlay has been inserted into the comp plan as a designation, but it doesn't affect the designation of the other areas outside of that any more than it does, changes the residential zoning of most of the town to some town center overlay.
When asked whether these geographic areas were consistent with one another earlier, your testimony was they were not. So that is an inconsistency between the area that was in the comp plan, correct? And the area that was in the zoning map amendment, correct?
Well, actually, the way the state statute works is if they've adopted a zoning map amendment, on its face, it's going to be consistent with the comp plan because the comp plan is modified as a result of that action.
So by modifying it, the comp plan changes to exactly what's in the zoning map.
For the area covered by that designation.
The entire area of the town of Montreat in the zoning map.
No, it covers the area covered by the town center overlay, which does not include the property that we have under question. In other words, to take an extreme example for your argument, the fact that they've taken this area that they have designated as central to the town center and created a town center overlay district to govern the land uses that occur there is certainly the case. And that would be a modification to the future land use map of the comprehensive plan. But that doesn't mean it changed anything else any more than it meant that the adoption of that was not going to change the residential district up the sides of the mountains or any of the standards that are used to develop those properties. It covers the area that it covers, and that's all it covers.
And when they adopted that map, they chose not to include this property within that district, didn't they?
That's true. Yes.
So that was a deliberate choice by the governing body not to include it within that district, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would be consistent with them saying, well, we know you've defined it this way in the comp plan, but we're not
I'm
choosing
gonna
to define
object.
it this way
Mr.
going
Schieffer can't
forward.
speak on behalf of the governing board of Montreat.
I asked him whether the modification would be consistent with the decision that we have chosen to define the district differently than is in the comp plan.
As phrased, I withdraw my objection, Mr. Chairman.
I'll ask him again, Mr. Schubert. Oh, yep.
Thought I'd answer that.
That
before.
amendment would be consistent with a decision not to include the property within the area defined as the town center district.
Well, let me just say this. The area covered by the town center overlay does not include the property that we're discussing tonight.
And by adopting a map that doesn't include it within that district, that is as consistent as anything else to suggest.
I object.
they didn't
He's asked this
intend for it
question.
to be in the district.
It's about the fourth time Mr. Noor has asked this question, Mr. Chairman. I have no objection, Mr. Schubert, answering it the first and third time.
Yeah, and I would like, if you could get to the bottom line of here, of what you're trying to say here, what you're trying to get here. I mean, because I don't understand, the IR district allow it, you gotta have a special use permit, it already existed, the overlay came later. I don't get, I need to kind of understand that.
And I guess the point is exactly what is up here on the screen, Mr. Chairman. The statute says when you amend your zoning map, you amend your comp plan. And that means that when we're looking at comp plan consistency, a town center district that is smaller than what was originally in the comp plan and change the comp plan map to be the same means that there's inconsistency between what is in the comp plan for the town center district. And we know when we look back at the types of uses that the comp plan talks about being in the town center, this is not within that district. So I will stop my questions there. I know Mr. Whitlock has some of his own.
Again, what does transitional mean to you?
Transitional means that it's in a state of flux, that there could be anticipated changes in the area that's covered by that designation.
Good evening, Mr. Schieffer. My name is Jamie Whitlock. I represent Mrs. Kate Hayner in this matter. Just have a few questions for you. I'm going to do my best to not cover any ground that Mr. Nora already covered, although as you can imagine, there'll certainly be a little bit of overlap here and there, but I will do my best to not retread over ground that we've already covered for the sake of everybody here. Josh, if I could project my screen. Ms. Schubert, first question I want to ask you is kind of stepping back from a second and putting aside this issue of the 2013 enactment of the TCO and the amendment of the future land use map. Would you agree with me that the comprehensive plan itself designates Town Center 3 as the appropriate location for commercial services?
No, I can't say that I can categorically agree with that statement.
Okay, well, let me show you, and I'll make this a little bit bigger here so we can all look at it. This is section 3.36, commercial services of the comp plan, which falls under section 3.3, recommendations and implementation strategies. You familiar with that section generally, Mr. Schufer?
In general, yes, sir.
Okay. And it talks about, and this is similar to some of the things that Mr. Noor read you earlier. And so it does a summary of commercial service issues and opportunities, and then it does recommendations and implementation strategies. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And recommendation 1, and again, this does overlap with what Mr. Noor asked you earlier, says adopt land development standards and controls that allow service or commercial uses in appropriate areas, but still protect the image and character of the community. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then under that recommendation 1, strategy 1 says modify the zoning ordinance to allow for service uses in appropriate locations as noted on figure number 7, the proposed townwide plan. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir. You did.
Okay. And now importantly, note 1 says, as described in section 3.2, the plan for Montreat, the town center 3 area is an appropriate location for any service-related uses that may be deemed appropriate by the community in the future. Do you see that?
Yes, sir. I see that.
Okay. And then note 2 goes on to say to allow service uses in town center 3 will require the town to create a new zoning district, neighborhood services. For example, it will also require the town to change the zoning map and zoning text. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let me back up and ask you that question again. Would you agree with me that the comprehensive plan expressly identifies the town center 3 as an appropriate location for service or commercial related uses?
Yes, sir. I cannot argue with that.
Okay. And can you point the board to anywhere in the comprehensive plan where it identifies town center 1 as an appropriate location for service or commercial related uses?
I think I can, but let me find that quote exactly. I do not have your advanced technology.
No problem, Ms. Schufert. I'll give you some time there.
Okay. To quote from the Montreat Comprehensive Plan, this is our Exhibit F, page 6, and it's basically describing the Town Center 1. Town Center 1, TC1, is planned mostly for institutional uses and activities centered around the MRA. In addition to institutional uses, this area could include office, civic, residential, and service uses. In TC1, the possibility exists for collaboration between the MRA and the college to address housing needs, especially the lodging needs of the MRA experiences during peak summer visitor season. The joint use of facilities could be encouraged here. So the fact that the Town Center 1, which is my position, is still in effect for the property in question, specifically includes service uses, which we sort of defined as including commercial uses.
Okay. But in the context of the creation of the new zoning district, which is the TCO district, as you discussed with Mr. Noor, correct? Do you agree with me on that?
Would you rephrase that question a little bit?
Sure. So in the context of what we're looking at right here with the recommendations and implementation strategies under commercial services,
Right.
it identified Town Center 3 as the area that is an appropriate location for any service-related uses, correct?
That's exactly what it says.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, I just wanted to back up briefly and see if we can't just kind of simplify a few things, Mr. Schufert. This is an excerpt from your Exhibit H which I think is some excerpts from the zoning ordinance.
Yes,
And
sir.
it's the definition of a hotel. And I know the board's seen this before, but I think this might be a good time to put it up again. So a hotel is a building or buildings in which sleeping accommodations are provided and offered to the public for compensation, in which the rooms are usually occupied singularly for rent, and in which there is usually a kitchen and public dining room for the preparation and service of meals. The term hotel includes lodges, inns, and motels. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, during your direct testimony, and correct me if I'm wrong, I felt like you were trying to draw a distinction under the zoning ordinance between a hotel and a lodge. But there's not any distinction. They're defined just the same, correct?
There, the term hotel includes lodges.
They are defined just the same, correct?
It seems to be a subcategory of hotel, just like a motel would be a subcategory of a hotel.
Okay. Well, lodge doesn't have a different definition than hotel, does it?
No, sir.
Okay. And when we go over to the table of permitted uses that we've looked at, a hotel is a commercial use, correct?
Yes, sir. It's under that commercial category.
Right. And in the IR district, which is where the property at issue is, a hotel has an S there in the table of permitted uses, meaning it requires a special use permit, correct?
That's correct.
Whereas in contrast, in the institutional district, marked with an I at the top, or in the town center overlay district that we've been discussing, it is a permitted use or a use as of right, correct?
The hotel is a use of, that is permitted in the TCO.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, as part of your assignment in this matter, your review, did you look at any MRA owned properties in the institutional and or TCO district for suitability for a hotel?
No, sir.
Okay. And so, and then let's go back and follow up on something Mr. Noor asked you, and also a question the chairman was asking. And that's the purpose of the IR district, section 504 of the zoning ordinance. And it gives three purposes, right? And it
Yes,
says,
sir.
the purposes of the institutional residential district are: one, to provide for a zone of transition between purely residential and purely institutional districts. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Schufert, is it your testimony that building a 29,000 square foot hotel, 40 rooms, can hold up to 160 people is appropriate in a transition zone?
You have to take it into the context of what's being proposed. And that's why you have this particular use as a special use permit to determine whether or not it's is an appropriate transition, as you've indicated.
I appreciate that answer. Thank you. Let's move on to two. To serve as a residential district to accommodate a mixture of residential, office, and institutional uses in conditions of good health and safety. So to serve as a residential district doesn't say institutional, doesn't say commercial, to serve as a residential district, correct?
Yes, sir. And one thing I'll point out is those things are not mutually exclusive because of the use of the word "and" between the semicolon and the three further down. So it's not or and or, it's includes all of those three purposes.
Right, residential, to serve as a residential district to accommodate a mixture of residential, office, and institutional uses in conditions of good health and safety, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, not commercial, not mentioned, correct?
It's not listed there.
In the purpose section.
in that section of the purpose section.
And then 3, to provide for protected property values in areas which are predominantly residential in character. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly. It is outside my area of expertise to comment on protected property values.
Understood, and was not gonna ask you any questions of that.
Thank you.
So, as we have seen in the IR district where the property is located, a hotel, a commercial use has to apply for a special use permit. And as Member Solaski brought up in his discussion with Mr. Knorr, and let me ask you this question. Is it your understanding that there are 6 specific special use criteria that this board must find are met before it could grant a special use permit to the MRA for its proposed hotel?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, and those are in section 310.62 of the zoning ordinance, correct?
Yes, sir, I think that's the correct site.
Okay. And so again, just because there's an S and that a hotel is allowed as a special use in this district, that does not mean that this is some type of pro forma hearing or that the end has already been decided, correct?
That is exactly correct.
There's the MRA has to put forth competent, substantial material evidence showing that they are entitled to this permit under the 6 criteria that we just discussed, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And you also testified on direct, if you recall, about Mr. Morphus asked you some questions about the order of approvals.
Yes,
and
sir.
whatnot. And so with respect to the special use criteria, this board has to make the findings under those 6 criteria based on what the applicant here, the MRA, has submitted to the board, correct?
All right, yes, sir.
And if they don't produce substantial, competent, and material evidence that supports each of those 6 criteria, including stormwater, for example, if that's one of the criteria, which you and I know it is, the board could deny their special use permit, couldn't they?
If there was some indication that there was a failure to comply with the stormwater standards, yes, that would be a reason to consider to not approve this.
Okay. And to be clear, the applicant, in this case, the MRA, has the initial burden to put forth that evidence that they meet all of the 6 criteria, correct?
Well, they do, but some of it is clearly implied. I don't think you're suggesting that they need to get a building permit prior to getting the special use permit approved, and that would certainly be material to some of the standards that are listed there. So from my perspective, there's a sequence that if, for example, they're unable to get a building permit or a stormwater permit after the special use permit is approved, then they can't go forward because they're not meeting the requirements of the state of North Carolina and the town of Montreat.
And I certainly was not implying that, but thank you for your clarification, Mr. Schufer. Mr. Schufer, I had a question about Exhibit F, the selected pages from the comp plan. Did you-
Excuse me, if I could just, are you going to be a few minutes? It's probably time we take a break.
Perfect time, and I'll
Okay.
wrap up quickly thereafter, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, correct. Yes, okay, we'll take a 10-minute break, if or less. Got a lot to do. I still don't understand.
Well, I'm confident I never want to be a judge. You know, so.
get out. Okay. So-
It's not here, nobody brought it.
Official gavel. Just like anger. Saying it's gavel, it just needs to be anger.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back in session. See,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Shuford, I just have one or two final questions for you. Based on your review of the comprehensive plan, let me ask you one question first. This exhibit F, these selected pages from the comprehensive plan, did you select those excerpts as being most relevant?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. And you would agree that to offer a fully informed opinion on the comp plan and conformity therewith, one would need to consider the entire comp plan and not just excerpts, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir, that'd be true.
Okay. Now back to my original question, based on your review, and I assume you've reviewed the entire comprehensive plan, right?
Yes, sir, some areas more than others.
Sure. But you'd agree with me that the comprehensive plan prioritizes the protection of structures with historical significance, wouldn't you?
I did not see that specifically in any of the goals that I remember. And that's where I would tend to look for it. But I think it's safe to say that the character of the community, which includes some of its historic aspects, is a very much a prominent part of the comprehensive plan.
And so you'd agree that the historic nature of Montreat is important to the character of Montreat. Is that what I'm hearing?
It is one of the elements that would be important, absolutely.
Okay. And I'm looking here under, again, I'm under section 3.3, the recommendations, and this is section 3.31, character and design. And under the summary of character and design issues I've highlighted there, Montreat's buildings of historic value are not adequately protected. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And you've read it correctly.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then moving on down, strategy 2 that I've highlighted there says create a mechanism for educating property owners about the value of historic structures, particularly their value to the town, and raise awareness of losses, of potential losses, and the negative impacts of the losses of historical structures. Did I read that right?
Yes, sir, you did.
Okay. Now, is it your understanding that the MRA's proposal currently before the board is to tear down 3 existing lodges and construct a hotel? Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, I would rephrase it to tear down 3 existing lodges and replace them with lodge use. But since lodge and hotel are pretty interchangeable to some degree in the ordinance, then your reading is also correct.
Okay. And there's also 3 other lodges that will remain on the western side of the property, if you will, correct?
I'd have to consult a site plan, but I'm not going to dispute that.
Josh, can we get John's screen projected instead of mine, please?
Can I ask real quickly, what is it that we're looking at here? Is this a proposal?
Just the that I'm just asking him about the MRA's application that's in front of the board and exactly
No,
what they're proposing to do.
What you've put up there, was that from them or was
Oh,
that
no,
something?
that was from the comprehensive plan.
So that was strategies that have been adopted or are thinking about being adopted?
Those were strategies in the comprehensive plan.
When it's
Just like kind of in the context of member James of the other, subject areas, we've been reading other strategies that was under historic preservation or in the context of historic preservation.
So I've had a chance to review my copy of what you just shown, and obviously number 7, the Reynolds Lodge would remain. Number 6, Hickory Lodge would remain, and so is Walnut Lodge, which is number 5 on that map.
Number 5.
So the 3 shown in sort of a grayish tint would remain. The ones in red would be the ones that would be demolished as a result of the project.
Okay, and just for the record, this is the building setback diagram, which is part of the MRA's special use permit application. So Hickory, Reynolds, and Walnut lodges would remain, assuming a permit, special use permit was granted, all other developmental approvals were granted. A hotel would be built, and there would be four structures on the property, right? A hotel and 3 lodges, correct?
There may be some ancillary structures left, but those would be the main ones.
Those would be the principal structures, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, for you, Ms. Schuford. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Could you name a few of the ancillary structures?
I'm just looking at the map that they presented, and I did see what appears to be a structure that would remain between, if you notice it, between 5 and 6, right in that area. So that's a shed. It looked like it would remain.
There are other structures. There are other structures that have been mentioned that will be built behind to house equipment too.
Right, where the air conditioning and
Yes.
Right.
all that is.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just referring to this particular map and not the one that shows the final layout of the site. Although this is sort of penciled in, but yes.
Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Schuford. I don't know if it's to you or to council. You are specifically, in your testimony there, you specifically addressing these 6 questions we have to answer as a special use board or a board of adjustment for special use. You are specifically addressing 6, the one in 310, 624, and 625. Is that, are we understanding this correctly? That is what his principal testimony is related to?
I'm just looking that up now,
Okay.
Mr. Solaski, so I don't misspeak.
Okay.
It's 622.
Thank you. Yes, no, that's what I was looking at. So to answer the question, we had Mr. Schuford provide opinion testimony about 622, 624, and 625.
Okay. That's fine.
Ms. Hayner may have questions as well. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
No questions, thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I do want to correct something that I misspoke when I was looking at the copy that was provided to me of the zoning ordinance, and I looked down, I saw the date of the certified copy, and I thought it was from 2021. It's actually the zoning changes that created the TCO originally appear to come from 2013. And in 2013, there was not a provision in the state development regulations that said that any change to the zoning that was inconsistent with the comprehensive plan modified the comprehensive plan. That came when the new 160D was implemented this calendar year. So, but my comment there was that that would change the the comprehensive plan, but because of the dating in there, it would not have made an adjustment to the comprehensive plan at all.
At that time.
Yes, sir.
And if I can clarify, Mr. Chair, do you have a copy of the 2013 general statutes that's been certified?
If it's all right, Mr. Noor, I'm prepared to read from a North Carolina Supreme Court case. If we need to have that certified copy submitted or the statutes, we can, but we're going to address that on redirects.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? You redirect.
Thank you, sir. Let's go ahead and jump into this issue that Mr. Schuford's clarified. And Mr. Noor is correct. We do not have a certified copy of the applicable statute, but I believe we do have relevant case law. And I can also assert to the board that the applicable statute that made 160D effective January 1, 2021 was North Carolina Session Law 2020-25. What I'm going to do, however, and I'm going to read a relevant portion of a passage and let Mr. Schuford provide his opinion based on that. This comes from a case called Wally v. City of Kannapolis, which was argued in front of the North Carolina Supreme Court in 2012. I was actually the lead counsel for the plaintiff suing the city of Kannapolis. We won that case. And what the court in relevant part said, exercise of the zoning power must also comport with certain procedural requirements, such as those provided in section 168-383. And then they quote the statute. It says, when adopting or rejecting any zoning amendment, the governing board shall also approve a statement describing whether its action is consistent with an adopted comprehensive plan or any other officially adopted plan that is applicable, and briefly explaining why the board considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest. The statement is not subject to judicial review. And then an explanation, the court goes on to say, by its plain language, Section 168-383 states that when the governing board adopts a zoning amendment, the board shall also approve a statement. Thus, the statute requires that defendant take two actions in this situation. First, adopt or reject the zoning amendment, and second, approve a proper statement. And I'm happy to provide a copy of Wally to the board at a later date. I can do that on Wednesday. So we would assert that 168-383 is the appropriate statute. Now, Mr. Schuford, I'm going to hand you the ordinance amendment. And would you say again, what day was it adopted, sir?
The 12th day of September, 2013.
Is there anything in that amendment that you're aware of that also purports to be a separate consistency statement?
Let me peruse it momentarily, but it does not appear to be a separate statement that I would have expected to see.
Thank you, sir. And so we would respectfully say that no consistency statement or comprehensive plan from 2013 amendment has been submitted into the record. So I do want to talk some more though, because there's a fair amount of confusion about terminology, Mr. Schuford. And if we could, I want to, pardon me, we just need to pull up an ordinance here. I'm going to hand you, Mr. Schuford, some language from Article 2 of the Montreat zoning ordinance. This is section 200. I'd like you to just read it, please.
And I'm assuming you want me to read it out loud.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. This is section 200 under Article 2 definitions, interpretations of certain words or terms. Except as specifically defined herein, all words used in this ordinance have their customary dictionary definitions. For the purposes of this ordinance, certain words and terms used herein are defined as follows. And a lot of these is, for example, the word may is permissive, the word shall is mandatory, things like that. I don't think you want me to read all of that, do you?
I do not, but thank you for clarifying, sir. So where a term is not defined, we use the customary dictionary definition, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Are there specific definitions in the ordinance for institutional or commercial?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm also going to hand you, sir, this is our Exhibit G, the zoning map. And if you would, Mr. Schuford, would you read the list of zoning districts that exist in Montreat?
Okay, starting with the least intense, I think first, R1, low density residential district. R2, medium density residential. R3, low density residential. I, institutional district. IR, institutional residential district. They have a woodland district and a conservation district, as well as some ridge protection overlays and ETJ corporate limits also shown on the map.
Is there a commercial zoning district in Montreat?
Not by that specific name, no, sir.
Okay. In your experience as a planning director, is it common to have a commercial zoning district in a town?
It's more common to have a commercial zoning district than not in most zoning codes. So Montreat is a little unusual.
Okay, so I want you to take a look at Exhibit H, which is I just gave you, and that's it's got the table of permissible uses in it. And the opposing counsel spent a lot of time talking about how a hotel is a commercial use. I'd like you to take a look at all the commercial uses in the table of permissible uses and tell me which zoning districts they're allowed in.
Okay, we've got under the commercial designation, we have bed and breakfast as a special use in the R2.
And I'm sorry, feel free to read out loud if you'd like to, Mr. Schuford. Do not feel like you need to read it exhaustively to the board. You can certainly take a look and then just provide your analysis.
Oh, okay.
That's up to you, sir. I'm sorry I wasn't clear.
Well, I'm all in favor of the most expeditious approach. There are an awful lot of commercial under that umbrella commercial category in the permitted use table that are allowed in even the R2 zoning district, which allows bed and breakfast and boarding houses, which are listed as commercial uses, as a special use in a predominantly residential zoning district. Then as far as IR is concerned, you have convenience stores, daycare centers, drugstores and pharmacies, eating establishments that don't have drive-ins, general merchandise and sales, retail, hospitals, hotels, and professional offices and public swimming pools are all allowed, and they're regarded as commercial uses as well.
Let me ask a dumb question, sir. Is it possible to put commercial use in a commercial zoning district in Montreat?
There is no commercial zoning district in Montreat, so I would say the possibility of that happening is none.
So one of the main places you put commercial uses in Montreat is in the institutional district and the IR district. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Those seem to be where it is concentrated.
Okay.
Objection to that question. I don't know if that's the opportunity there, but I would say that it misrepresents the designations that are in the use table. The use table itself indicates what are special uses and what is permitted.
Fair enough. If I wanted to build a commercial use that was either a permitted use of right or a special use, the most common place to put it would be in the IR or I zoning district. Is that accurate, Mr. Schuford?
That and the town center overlay district.
Which overlays the IR, the I zoning district. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just to be clear, the town center overlay district is not a separate zoning district. It's not like in a different area on the map. It overlays the institutional district, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to now hand you, Mr. Schuford, a comprehensive plan. And I would like for you to just read just a little bit of the relevant section on the introduction. So this is section 1.1 of the introduction. You start that word today, just
Okay.
read the next sentence or two.
Today, the charming town of Montreat has a population of 690 people who live on 1,756 acres, of which more than 60% is in conservation easement.
Would you grab exhibit G again? That's the zoning map.
Yes, sir.
Now, I know you can't speak in sort of precise acreage, just looking at the maps. I'm just asking you to ballpark this. What is most of the town zoned as?
Most of the town, they're not in, well, I think it's their conservation district is zoned R1 low density residential district,
Okay.
which is the predominant yellow color that's on the map.
And what is maybe the next largest district? Again, this is your best guess. We know we can't give you precise acreage.
Best guess is going to be the R2.
I'm sorry,
medium.
I'll object to guessing. I think that we either need to know or we don't know.
Okay, best estimate. That's fair.
Best estimate. R2, medium density residential, and then that appears to be followed by the institutional district.
And that's kind of where I was going, Mr. Schuford, is, in your opinion, does the zoning map limit the amount of institutional residential zoning in Montreat?
It certainly does.
All right, so if this project were allowed to be built, in your opinion, based on the zoning map you've seen just now, would Montreat remain mostly residential?
Yes, sir, it would.
In your opinion, if you built out using commercial uses, all of the institutional residential zoning district, would Montreat remain mostly residential?
It would.
Okay. Okay, I do want to talk briefly about the historical preservation aspect, since Mr. Whitlock raised that. Now, just to refresh the board's memory, you have experience administering historic preservation districts, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, which communities have you worked in that capacity?
I've worked in that capacity in, let's see, St. Petersburg and Clearwater in Florida, in Asheville and Fayetteville and Wilmington in North Carolina.
Okay.
I think that's inclusive.
Okay, and let's stick with North Carolina. For Asheville, Fayetteville, and Wilmington, are there historic districts based on North Carolina statutes?
Yes, sir.
And is there a specific process for establishing a historic district under North Carolina law?
There is.
And just as a little bit of a segue, but this is something that often confuses people. Is that the same thing as a National Register historic district?
No, sir. The National Register is governed by the federal government.
Okay. So if you have a North Carolina historic district, is it fair to say that one of the first steps is you have to do a survey of what we call contributing properties?
That's correct.
And what are contributing properties?
Well, they would be properties whose existence was not fundamental, but contributed to the historic nature of the district that was to be established.
And the idea is that before you create a North Carolina historic district, and again, I'm distinguishing from a National Register district, you have to identify the properties that are contributing.
That's
Okay,
correct.
so once you create that district, what happens next? Why is that important?
Well, once you create that district, it provides special provisions That, of course, depend upon your implementing ordinance, but special protections and provisions with regard to future land uses that will require us to the need to meet certain standards that can be established in the historic district.
Because in addition to a survey, you also have to have historic district guidelines created. Is that
That's
correct?
exactly correct.
And then the historic district guidelines are used by an appointed board. Sometimes it's called a historic district commission, historic preservation commission. It's different names, but it's a citizen board appointed by the governing board.
That's correct.
And if I want to make an exterior change to a property that's a contributing structure in a historic district, North Carolina Historic District, and it's not a minor work, what do I have to get from that historic board?
You have to get a certificate of, for want of a better word, completion, but you have to have a certificate that says that
Certificate of
you're
appropriateness? is that the word?
appropriateness. That's
Yes,
the
sir.
word I'm thinking of. That indicate that it is appropriate given the historic district guidelines that have been adopted.
And I can't make those exterior changes unless it's a minor work, which we're not talking about, unless I get that certificate of appropriateness.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a North Carolina Historic District in Montreat?
No, sir.
Is there, to your knowledge, a National Historic Register District in Montreat?
No, sir. I can't even think of an individual structure that falls in that category, but
Okay. And to your knowledge, has there been a survey done of historic structures? And again, I'm not talking about people who have identified important buildings, maybe in an informal way. And I've got a book or two that talk about the history of Montreat, but oh, my apologies, sir. Thank you. To your knowledge, has there been a survey done in any kind of formal way for the basis of creating a historic district of Montreat?
no, sir, not to my knowledge, but Mr. Adams may be able to elaborate later.
And there are no historic district guidelines. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, this is a trick question. I probably shouldn't do this in my own witness, but here I go.
Well,
Does the
you're gonna
board-
get what you asked for?
That's right. Boy. Does the Board of Adjustment have any role in the certificate of appropriateness process?
Not in Montreat. There are some communities that use their Board of Adjustment for a variety of different approvals.
And if, say, Board of Adjustment issued a certificate of appropriateness or denied it, that could be appealed to the Board of Adjustment. I'm sorry, the Historic District Commission issued or denied a COA. That could be appealed to the Board of Adjustment,
sir.
right? Okay. Okay. You know, I think those are all the questions I have about historic districts. Let me just confer with co-counsel for a second.
I do have one question. Outside of the district, is there not also a designation of individual houses? And there is a process that also has to be followed. And has that been followed, or has there been any of that here?
Not to my knowledge. You're exactly right. My last public post was in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and they had a historic district that was geared around one building in particular in the middle of the downtown. So that's not uncommon.
And let me just unpack that. That's under North Carolina law, designated landmark status, correct?
Yes,
And if you had a designated landmark, you could have some of the same protections as you do for contributing structures in a historic district.
that's correct.
Now, again, I'm going to ask another trick question. It's not a trick question, but maybe you know the answer, maybe you don't. Do you know what the importance of the state of North Carolina designating a structure as having statewide significance is? Do you know what that significant? Do you know what the importance of that is?
Yes, it's one that goes beyond the community level or even the regional level to be so important to the state in terms of its heritage and historic character. That it needs to be have special protection.
Can you just unilaterally demolish a structure that's been designated as having statewide historical significance?
No, sir. I think you have to go through. You still can demolish it in my experience, but you have to go through a process that allows for a delay.
But there are no structures of statewide significance in Montreat, to your knowledge.
No, sir.
Also, if we had a historic district in Montreat, could that be used to prevent the demolition of a structure?
It could be used to delay the demolition of a structure.
Thank you, Mr. Schufer.
Okay.
Yeah, I do have one other question, sir. There was a lot of talk on Cross about surveys versus plans. Could you tell us what the difference between a survey of citizens, say through the charrette process or whatever process Montreat used, and the comprehensive plan is?
Well, you did see earlier tonight some excerpts from the attachments and the material that's provided in the back of the plan that describes the survey mechanism that was used. And that information clearly indicated a community character preference on the part of the community, but it also indicated that there was not a lot of support for any widespread commercial designation. But the town did not ultimately, in the written part of the plan, the part that is to be followed, do any provision that made commercial land uses prohibited or otherwise not allowed in some of the land use designations that are included in the plan. So in other words, for the TC1, we saw where it included not only institutional and residential uses, but also potentially some service uses as well.
No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one quick follow-up whenever appropriate. Mr. Schufer, just one question. In order to have a home or a structure, let's say the Chester Lord Apartments, which is you familiar with that house in Montreat?
Yes, sir.
Situated on the subject property?
Yes, sir.
MRA proposes to tear that and 2 other structures down to build their proposed hotel, correct?
Yes, sir.
In order to have the Lord Apartments put on the National Register or put into the state historic district or given some other type of historic designation, the property owner has to agree to that, correct?
Not necessarily.
Generally, the property owner is going to petition for that designation, correct?
Normally, that's the way it works.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so if the MRA has chosen not to do so here, then that could explain the lack of such designation, correct?
That could, but I think one of the things that strikes me about the Montreat comp plan and its implementing ordinances is that the town's chosen not to provide historic preservation status for any of the properties within the town.
Thank you, Ms. Schufer. Here.
Any other questions?
No question.
Mr. Schubert, are you familiar with the state's historic preservation plan? 13 through 2022 state historic preservation
I
plan?
haven't looked at that. No, sir.
So you're not familiar with that?
Yes.
Anything else? Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Hope we didn't wear you down too much.
I'm in for the duration, so thank you.
So, oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying, Mr. Chair, we do have one more witness, but Mr. Palmer, our appraiser, could not be here tonight. I know there've been discussion of having the town zoning administrator testify. So we're prepared to do that. Or I guess you all really are the ones who have additional questions for Mr. Adams.
The purpose of this was, if you'll recall, many moons ago, that when we started, I think Mr. Adams had a presentation that was finally provided. These are follow-up questions on that, and then other questions and the nature of the zoning ordinance and code based on the testimony that's been provided today. And so we thought that'd be a useful use, a proper use of the board's time tonight, so that we can do Mr. Palmer and say that's all right.
But his question, I believe, is can he call this person back? Or can at a different
I mean,
time?
we have no objection to Mr. Adams being called back.
So this time we'd ask Mr. Adams to come back to the stand. And I think he was I know he was previously sworn in, but
We would stipulate that he's been sworn in, if you can't remember.
Yeah. That's a good time to remind everybody, this is a continuance of the original, so but that's also to remind all of us that we are under both the sunshine law and we need no ex parte communications during breaks or in time during these deliberations go on, just a reminder. And so consider yourself still under oath, Scott.
Mr. Chairman, at the beginning, if I could go ahead and ask a few questions just for some housekeeping cleanup with Mr. Adams.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay, thank you.
One moment, I'm gonna pull the microphone to my height. Sorry. Can everyone hear me? Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Adams, you were previously sworn in and testified at the beginning of this hearing several weeks ago now. And I want to revisit just a couple of things to make sure we have a clean record. The first is with the initial testimony when we first started was for standing, and there were 3 applications for standing that were granted. Did the town receive other applications that were not granted for standing by this
Yes.
board? You should have in front of you what we've labeled as Exhibit 5.
Mhm.
Can you tell me what that document is or collection of documents are?
Sure. The first document that I'm looking at is it's an application for standing by Dr. Millard P. Kimball and Sandra S. Kimball.
And are there additional applications in that same packet?
Yes, the second one that I'm looking at is Emmy Alexander Hancock, followed by Khaki Dowd. That's C-A-C-K-I-E, not like the pants. And then, just clarifying. And the last one, or the last one that I'm looking at is from Brendan Heener Slattery.
And Mr. Adams, have you seen these applications before?
Yes, I have.
And are these true and accurate copies of the applications that were submitted to the town of Montreat for standing?
Yes, they are.
Mr. Chairman, we would ask that the applications be admitted as Exhibit 5.
No objection.
No objection.
Okay, so move.
Thank you. And then second, Mr. Adams, in your testimony prior, you presented a staff report and utilized a PowerPoint presentation as part of your testimony and presentation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I've put what we've labeled as Exhibit 6 in front of you. Can you take a look at that and tell me what that is?
This is the presentation that I gave on October 21st before this board and the audience.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate of the presentation that you gave previously?
Yes, it is. I would make one note that on slide 8, I had a typo, which I later clarified verbally in that after that presentation. There was a note, or I guess a bit of confusion on the number of trees to be removed and then replanted on the site. I inaccurately stated that there would be a net loss of 40 trees on the site. Upon looking back at my staff report and also upon discussion with both sides, there was the clarification that it was a loss of 60 trees
and a net gain of 20 after planning 80. So that was just a quick bit of clarification from that slide 8.
And just to clarify, we've provided copies of these slides to council, and we'll hand out copies to the board. But Mr. Adams, you did prepare that PowerPoint presentation as well?
Yes, I did. I prepared it.
Absent any objection, Mr. Chair, we'd ask that the Exhibit 6 be admitted into evidence as well.
No objection from our side.
As corrected, no objection.
And that's all of my
So-
questions.
Good evening, Mr. Adams.
Hello.
Good to see you again. So I'm going to ask, some of my questions are going to be about what was in the presentation. I know you're struggling, and we might be able to get you another,
That's all right. I think I may have to
Music
take some
stand.
weight off of here.
because I know it keeps sinking every time you put something on it. But I'm going to ask you some questions about the presentation and some questions based on testimony we've had so far in the hearing. As I recall, you were here to listen to Mr. DeVoe's testimony, correct?
Yes,
Mr. Bryant's,
yes,
Mr. Kreckelberg's,
yes,
and then obviously today to hear Mr. Schuford's testimony.
that's correct.
Okay. And you were able to hear that testimony when they were giving it?
Yes,
Josh, do you mind giving me control, please? Okay. So this that I've put up is the building setback diagram that's in the application. Are you familiar with that, Mr. Adams?
I am.
Okay. And this shows the proposed, I'll just zoom in. This shows the proposed hotel in blue, correct?
Yes, that is the footprint.
Okay. And then it shows the Galax house and the 2 other lodges to be removed as
That's
part of the
correct.
process, and they're in red, correct?
That is correct.
And then we also have a garage and then a shelter that are going to be removed in that diagram as well in red. I can zoom if that would be helpful,
That is my understanding from the diagram.
but just popping that up there. Shelter and garage.
That's correct.
And then in gray, we have the Hickory, Reynolds, and I think it's Walnut lodges to remain. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding from the diagram.
And those are lodges, I think they're numbered 5, 6, and 7 in this diagram, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So when Mr. DeBose was testifying, and a little bit of this is background to remind the board, because I know it's been several meetings since, but you'll recall Mr. DeBose testified about, and if you need a moment, I'm happy to, let's just take a moment.
I think I'm being assisted with
Move your
a
papers
non-lowering podium, so. Thank you all.
Everyone wants to help. Thank you.
There we go.
Okay.
It's a heavy subject. Apologies.
I agree. So you heard Mr. DeBose testify about how the 3 lodges would remain, correct?
That's correct.
So we'd end up with 4 lodges / hotels on the lot, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And Mr. DeBose testified that each of those would be independent, correct?
they are independent buildings. Yes.
You could rent all 4 if you wanted, but you didn't have to, correct?
My understanding is that, yes, they would all be, essentially, they're all individual buildings.
Yep. So you could use each separately.
That's my understanding of the proposal.
Separate kitchens, living facilities, bathrooms and showers, things like that.
Yes, the buildings all each have their own individual facilities, or
Okay.
I should say I am not immediately familiar with Walnut. Actually, yes, they all, I've looked at the floor plans. Yes, they all have their own individual facilities.
Okay. And you heard him talk about the demolition of the fire pit that's on the lot, correct?
I'm sorry.
The fire pit, I think was,
I recall seeing demolition of I guess it's a gazebo or an
gazebo
outdoor.
or shelter. That's
Right, there may be a fire pit with that.
Okay. And then that would be in addition to that garage that we were talking about earlier, I guess what you call accessory structures that are currently on the lot, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then Mr. Bryant, same thing here. He confirmed again the independence of each of the buildings, correct?
That's correct.
And then Mr. Kreckelberg, again, confirmed that we're going to have those 3 lodges remaining. And I think that was Mr. Schuford's testimony as well.
That's been my recollection.
Okay. So, and if you just give me a second while I transition here. So as best we can tell from the testimony and the application that's been submitted, none of these are dependent on one another. Again, independent buildings that can be separately rented, separately lived in, depending on who rents the lodge, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And nothing, about whether it's customary or whether it's usual to have multiple lodges on a single lot. Have you heard any testimony about that today?
I'm sorry?
Have you heard any testimony about whether it's typical or not to have 4 lodges on a particular lot today?
I have not.
Okay. And again, these are all going to be used for the lodge/hotel uses under the zoning ordinance. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And those are all, so we talked about the garage and the shelter those are going to be demolished as part of the plan. I guess the shed with walnut is still going to be left in place.
That's my presumption.
Okay. And I'm going to throw something up.
And if you'll give me just 1 second, I'm actually going to grab my glasses and a bottle of water that I've got back.
Yes.
Sorry if I have to grab these, but I wanted to make sure I was seeing things correctly.
Happy to, absolutely. Okay. So as part of the board's job here, one of the standards for the special use permit is 310-634. And I've highlighted 3 there and I'll read it. And it says, if completed as proposed in the application, the development will comply with all requirements of this ordinance. That's a requirement for the special use permit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to throw up section 6.5 or 605. It says 1 principal building per lot. It says every building hereafter erected, moved, or structurally altered shall be located on a lot, and in no case shall there be more than 1 principal building and its accessory buildings on the lot. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this situation, you will have 4 hotels on the same lot, correct?
That's correct.
So this would be 3 in excess of the 1 that is allowed per lot under the ordinance.
No, that's not correct.
Okay, so it says, in no case shall there be more than 1 principal building and its accessory buildings on the lot. Did I read that correctly?
That is what it reads there in the section of the ordinance you're referring to. However, there are other sections of the ordinance that more explicitly state what is allowed on a lot.
But this one says 1 principal building and its accessory buildings on a lot, correct?
That's true. That's what that reads as
Okay.
there.
And in this case, we have 4 principal buildings with 4 different lodges on a single lot.
No, I would make the argument that the proposed hotel, because of its literal size, is the principal building.
Okay, and the other 3 lodges that have the same use, those are principal buildings as well, correct?
No, they would be accessory to the larger building.
Okay, so you're defining 3 hotels as accessory buildings to this hotel.
That is the layout of the site.
Okay, that's your definition there. Okay, so let's go through that for a second then. So let's go to the definition of accessory building or use. You've said that it's an accessory building. It says a building or use that is clearly incidental to and customarily found in connection with a principal building or use. So that's the first part of there. So you're saying that even though these are completely independent hotels, that the other 3 lodges that will be on the property are incidental to the hotel.
That's correct.
That's your opinion, okay. And number 2, is subordinate to and serves a principal building. But your testimony was just that these are completely independent lodges on the property, wasn't it?
No, my understanding of the project as proposed to date is that it's all one comprehensive site.
But you just testified that the lodges do not serve one another. They have separate living facilities, kitchen facilities, bathing facilities. How do those 3 lodges serve the proposed hotel?
My understanding of the site is that the hotel, and you would have to, talk to the applicant again, but my understanding of the hotel is that it is an anchor for the site in terms of operations, maintenance, check-in, whatnot, and the other buildings are ancillary or accessory to that.
Well, again, my question was, how do 3 other lodges on the property serve the proposed hotel?
My understanding of, I believe it's either Hickory or Reynolds, it's been pointed out by the applicant that those are often church groups with groups of kids. The building that's laid out there is basically bunk beds. So essentially, if you've got the parents or some other group staying in the main, we'll call it the new building, and a group of kids or whoever chaperones staying in the other building, those are related.
But you also just testified that they have separate living facilities, correct?
They do have separate kitchens and bathrooms.
The testimony from Mr. Bose is that they could be separately rented, correct?
That's correct,
So separate bathing facilities, correct?
right?
Separate kitchen facilities.
Correct.
So again, how do separate lodges that can be separately rented serve the principal, or excuse me, the proposed hotel, which you've defined as the principal building? How do they serve it?
They're serving it, at least in terms of shared guest.
Well, separate guests in separate rooms, correct?
Well, the example I gave a moment ago is if there's a group of kids or a church group staying in either Hickory or Reynolds, it's very possible to have other people from that group staying in the main building.
In a different lodge, correct?
Correct.
Not the principal lodge.
It could be any of the lodges on site.
Neither of which need any of the other lodges in order for them to rent that room, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Number 3, subordinate in area, extent, or purpose. Subordinate in purpose. So the purpose of the principal building is, again, a hotel.
That's my understanding.
So how are the other 3 lodges subordinate in purpose if they're also hotels to the principal building? It's the same use, isn't it?
They are all lodging.
Number 4, contributes to the comfort, convenience, or necessity of occupants in the principal building. How do 3 separate lodges that can be separately rented contribute to the comfort, convenience, and necessity of occupants in the principal building?
Well, again, if you've got a large group and you want people in close proximity, that's a perfect example.
So, and then last, you've got 5 on the same lot here. So it's your testimony going through these factors that 3 separate lodges / hotels are incidental to the proposed hotel.
That's correct.
Okay. And you find it to be subordinate in area, extent, and purpose, correct?
That's correct. They're smaller.
And you find that they serve the principal hotel.
Yes.
I'm going to throw up. This is the accessory uses and structures section of the use code. These are examples that the zoning ordinance itself defines as accessory uses. And the first one here we have is a garage and a front yard, correct?
This is a continuation of a section previous to it.
But the one I have highlighted here is garage in the front yard, correct?
That's what you're showing.
Okay. And then you've got studios highlighted, correct?
That's right.
And swimming pools.
Yes,
Okay. These are all things that would be, again, accessory or in use if you had a residential home, correct?
those are all potential accessory uses to a residential home.
Okay, not for residential homes on the same lot. Even if you said, for example, in your hypothetical, let's say you had a family, so one had 4 homes. Would you say 3 of those 4 homes on a lot were accessory to one of them?
The ordinance allows accessory dwelling units on a lot with a primary dwelling.
Are these dwelling units?
Yes,
A garage in the front yard is a dwelling unit.
no, sorry, you were not clear in your question. Those are not dwelling units.
And are lodges dwelling units?
No,
Okay, so that wouldn't apply in this context either.
that's correct.
Give me a second. So your testimony is again that these are accessories, correct?
They're accessory buildings.
Accessory buildings to the proposed hotel. So let's, and you can tell I don't exactly agree with that, but let's say, for example, you're right. Let's assume that for a second. Are you familiar with section 606 of the code? It talks about accessory buildings and uses.
Yes, I've read over it.
And 606.12 says in residential zoning districts, no more than 2 accessory buildings or uses shall be permitted on a lot. Did I read that correctly?
It's stating in residential zoning districts.
Okay. In the purpose section of the IR institutional residential district, I've highlighted 2 here. I'll read it. Correct me if I read it wrong. Purpose, to serve as a residential district. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly, but it's also called institutional residential.
To serve as a residential district.
That is predominantly residential in character, not entirely.
So it is a residential district, correct? Not exclusively, but it is a residential district.
That's what the purpose is stating there.
And it says in residential zoning districts, no more than 2 accessory buildings or uses shall be permitted per lot. Is that what it says?
That is what it says.
So even under your definition of accessory building, this has one too many accessory buildings on the lot.
I alluded to another section of the zoning ordinance earlier that I can read from directly here if that's helpful to elaborate on.
Which
that.
section are you referring to?
This is section 105, priority and precedence of ordinance. And section 107, no use of land or building.
So I've got 105,
except-
we'll throw that up there right there, priority and
Okay.
precedence of ordinance. If the provisions of the zoning ordinance are inconsistent with one another, or the provisions of other ordinances of the town, the more restrictive provision shall govern. That's what that highlighted text says?
That's correct.
Okay. So in a situation, the more restrictive controls.
Except when the less restrictive provision is more specific in its applicability than the more restrictive provision.
Or when it can be reasonably inferred that a less restrictive provision is intended to apply instead of, or as an exception to the more restrictive provision. Is the rest of that sentence correct?
That's right.
Okay. So in this context, you have a very specific requirement, and I'll go back to it. Forgive me. This is a blanket statement that says every building hereafter erected, moved, or structural alters shall be located in a lot, on a lot, and in no case shall there be more than one principal building and accessory buildings on the lot.
But it can be reasonably inferred that this is supposed to apply to exclusively residential single-family districts.
Well, we just read 105. It doesn't say reasonably inferred, does it?
when it can be reasonably inferred that the less restrictive provision is intended to apply instead of, or is an exception to the more restrictive provision. I would also go to section 107,
I've got that.
no use of land or building except in conformity with ordinance provisions. The second paragraph, no building or land shall hereafter be used or occupied, and no building or part thereof shall be erected, moved, or structurally altered except in conformity with this ordinance or amendments thereto for the district in which it is located. In all districts, every main building hereafter erected or altered shall be located on a separate lot as defined in this ordinance, and in no case shall there be more than one main building and permitted accessory buildings on the lot, provided that this requirement shall not apply to multifamily developments, planned unit developments, or certain special uses.
Which certain special uses are identified in the code?
That's not defined.
So it doesn't define that this special use is exempt from that provision.
This is stating that certain special uses are exempt from the section that you previously alluded to.
But nothing is defined as hotels as a special use that's exempt.
Hotels are defined as a special use.
It says certain special uses. Where does it define the certain special uses that are exempt?
They're not defined.
So it doesn't specifically exempt hotels from this requirement.
It's stating right there that it's special uses.
No, it says certain special uses, doesn't it?
I'm going to object.
The
He's asked
language
the
is what it
question
is.
4 times.
Thank you.
Yeah, can we, did you have an objection?
I just simply was objecting that it's been asked and answered.
Yeah, we just need to, if we could get a little bit more specific and get to the point, that would be helpful.
Few last questions here. I will throw back up here. 606.14, again, accessory buildings or uses must meet minimum setbacks required by the applicable zoning district. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Depicting the setback diagram that was provided. In this situation, the Walnut Lodge, which you've identified as an accessory building, falls within those setback requirements, doesn't it?
It is sitting within the setback.
So it would not comply with the requirement that it meet setback requirements, does it?
It's an existing building, so it's considered a non-conforming use. Or, I'm sorry, a non-conforming structure for where it is located within the setback.
But in the context of a proposed hotel like this one, which is a new use proposed for the lot, the existing accessory buildings, as you've defined them, do not comply with the setback requirements, do they?
That building is within the setback.
I'll throw up another one here. Here in section 606.13, it says accessory buildings larger than 600 square feet including entrance and or outside covered areas or exceeding 10 feet in height at eave line shall only be permitted by special use permit. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
So again,
You read that correctly.
the 3 remaining lodges on the lot, there's no special use permit that's applied for them. It has that.
Not that I found to date.
Okay. And again, these are under the heading general requirements for accessory buildings and uses, correct?
That's correct.
One last one would be here.
Okay.
.15 accessory buildings with any dimension greater than 12 feet must meet the provisions of current NC State Residential Building Code. Did I read that correctly?
You did?
Okay. The remaining lodges, do you have any information that would suggest that the remaining lodges meet current building code as required under this section?
I do not have that information.
There's my questions.
Anybody else? So if we tore down all three of those buildings, we could do it. I'm not saying we, I'm not representing the town. I'm saying if we tore all the buildings down, we could do that.
I would need to see that plan. I don't know that I have an answer for you on exactly how that would be constituted and where everything would fall considering all of the different layers of regulation that go into that hypothetical. But
Yeah,
our point is related to the lot requirements on how many principal buildings can be on a lot.
I hope that.
And even in an accessory context, that it doesn't meet the standard.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just remind you that none of the lawyers, none of the attorneys have been sworn in. So I would ask that the board refrain from asking them specific questions designed to elicit an answer. To clarify, certainly, if you would like to ask the witness the questions, it'd be more appropriate.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, could I just ask a couple of quick follow-ups to it?
that'll be fine.
Mr. Adams, do you recall, and it was made an exhibit, a plat or a combination plat, as I think it was referred to, of the 2.174 acre property at issue that was filed with the Buncombe County Register of Deeds by the MRA?
I recall a discussion of that.
And so this property used to be, I believe it was 5 or 6 separate lots. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And the MRA consciously chose to combine all of those lots into one lot for purposes of this project, correct?
I can't state if it was for purposes of this project or for some other purpose.
But they did combine all of the 5 or 6 lots into one 2.174 acre lot, correct?
Yes, that was done by a combination deed.
Okay. Do you recall, and I don't want to belabor the point here, during Mr. DeVos's testimony, and of course the record will speak for itself, and I'm paraphrasing, but he in response to a question I asked him, he said that Walnut, Hickory, and Reynolds, the remaining 3 lodges under the MRA proposal, would retain their independent lodge functions independent of the new hotel. Do you recall that testimony?
I do not.
Okay. One second, Mr. Chairman. And one other question. You heard, I think you've already testified, you heard Mr. Shuford, the MRA's planning expert, his testimony earlier this evening, correct?
That's correct.
And you heard Mr. Shuford testify there would be 4 principal buildings on the lot, correct?
That may have been his statement. Yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions on this matter for this witness. Mr. Chairman, I do have some questions on some other subject matter, but I want to give opposing counsel a chance to ask questions if they'd like to.
Does Ms. Hayner have questions?
No questions.
Okay, we would like to ask some questions. Mr. Adams, do you have a copy of the zoning ordinance in front of you, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, excellent. If you would, sir, and I'm going to do my best to speak into the microphone. I apologize to the folks in the audience for my last round. If you would turn to page 12 and read the definition of hotel, please. And you can just read the first sentence, sir.
A building, hotel, a building or buildings in which sleeping accommodations are provided and offered to the public for compensation, in which the rooms are usually occupied singularly for rent, in which there is usually a kitchen and public dining room for the preparation in service of meals.
So a single hotel or a single lodge, if you will, can consist of more than one building. Is that correct?
You're asking about
I'm
a single
asking,
building?
yeah, I'm asking you, sir, could you have a single sort of lodge project that has more than one building in it?
Yes,
Okay. So under that definition, we'll get to the accessory use issue in a moment. The MRA could build the new structure and have the existing buildings, and it could be all considered a single hotel or lodge. Is that correct?
the definition there states a building or buildings.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you. If you would, sir, let's flip to page 44 in the table of permitted uses. And Mr. Noor talked about this a little bit, but if you would, I'd like you to take a look at accessory buildings or uses and tell me what is their status in the institutional residential district?
they are permitted use.
So
P.
they're permitted of right. So,
Yes,
okay, no special use permit required. Is that right?
that's correct.
Okay, if you would, sir, let's flip on to page 47. And I'm going to represent to the board and tell me if this is inaccurate, that these are regulations governing the R1 residential zoning district. Is that-
That's what I'm seeing on page 47, yes.
Okay, could you take a look at section 501.12 and tell me what that says, sir?
Object at this point because we're talking about the residential district versus the district that's applicable to this project, which is the
Sir,
IR.
you just tried to make out that the IR district is a residential district. I'm getting there, Mr. Noor.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the section? you want?
I withdraw the objection.
Overrule. Okay.
It's section 501.12. Just tell me what it says, sir.
to 501.2?
0.12, I'm sorry.
Sorry, accessory buildings, see section 606.
Okay. Let's flip the page to page 48. This is the R2 residential district. If you would, tell me what section 502.12 says.
That also states accessory buildings, see section 606.
I'm not trying to be redundant. I promise we're almost done. If you flip to page 49, that's the R3 residential district, and read 503.12.
That also states accessory buildings, see section 606.
Okay, last question on this line of questions. Flip to page 50 and 51. These are regulations governing the IR institutional residential district. Take all the time you need. Is there anywhere in here that refers to accessory uses, section 606?
On section 504 institutional residential,
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I don't see a corresponding section that states anything about accessory uses.
So is it fair to say that under the IR residential zoning district, that section 606 does not apply?
I would object. I would object to that. The section says what it says.
And I'm asking the zoning administrator to opine on the zoning ordinance.
I'm saying the text of it says what it says.
Section
no opinion needed.
606 is not explicitly referenced in section 504 IR
I would-
district.
I would like to overrule. Let's let it go and then we'll talk.
Okay. Are you familiar with the non-conforming uses portion of the ordinance?
Yes.
Mr. Adams? And I will represent to the board, and if you can cite to something that is great, but I'm not aware of anything in the non-conformity section, the Article 10, excuse me, that talks about sort of the philosophy behind non-conformities. Is it your experience as a planner that generally you want to try and make a property less non-conforming?
Depending on the nature of its quote unquote offending use or structure, yes.
Would going from 6 non-conforming uses to one non-conforming, I'm sorry, non-conforming structures, pardon me, to one conforming structure and 3 non-conforming structures, make the property more conforming.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the numbers, please?
If MRA is allowed to build this property, this project, would it make the property less non-conforming?
It is decreasing the number of buildings on the site, yes.
Okay, I think my last question, unless my co-counsel has anything. Is I want to flip to page 38, and this is special use permit standards. And I'm going to read the section to you with a little bit of omission just for sake of time, but please tell me if I've read this accurately. This is the standard that says that the use meets or will meet all the required and applicable development standards and conditions of the town of Montreat, parentheses, including without limitation. Then it goes on to list a number of things. And it ends by saying, in the applicable regulations of the zoning district in which it is located, comma, except as such regulations may, for each case, be modified by the Board of Adjustment. Have I read that accurately?
You have?
So does that mean that the Board of Adjustment can, as part of the special use permit process, modify zoning regulations?
My reading of this standard is that, given the nature of the special use permit, it is a conditional form of a zoning review.
Okay. Just one moment, sir. Thank you. I think we've got just one more question. Is it fair to say there are some zoning districts in Montreat that are exclusively residential?
Yes, the R1, R2, and R3 zoning districts are intended to be largely residential. I would have to look back at the table of uses, but I believe there are some special uses that are non-residential allowed within them.
That's fair. And the IR zoning district allows a mixture of residential and institutional and commercial uses. Is that correct?
The purpose statement does, yes, it does allude to a mix of uses other than residential / housing.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Adams. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Just a couple follow-ups. but just really brief.
Yeah, it's about time for a break. Are you, will you be quick?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
You were asked about kind of the extent and that we're going from 6 buildings to 4, and that's somehow a reduction of the non-conformity. You recall that question on Mr. Morpheus? Could you hear that question? I can ask it again.
Just
For everybody else's benefit. Mr. Morpheus asked you about the fact that we're going from 6 lodges to 4, and that's somehow a reduction of the non-conformity. You recall that question?
Yes.
Okay. But in this case, the number of rooms increases with this proposal, correct?
The net increase that is proposed in the application that I have seen to date is a net increase of 20 rooms.
So the number of buildings goes down, but the number of rooms goes up, doesn't it?
That is correct.
That's my question. Thank you.
Any question from the board? Okay, we're going to take a break. Let's try 7 minutes this time. So where am I? Is it Scott still there? I thought he was done.
I do not.
Okay, we're back in order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we were all hoping to get done a little bit early tonight, so I'm going to try to move through.
I was going to put a motion for the board to see if we set a time limit of midnight, but I forgot.
I don't want to be here at midnight.
Maybe I should not.
I don't want to be here at midnight, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Adams, I just want to talk to you hopefully briefly about parking a little bit, based on some of the testimony we've heard to date. No, I think it was during the last hearing, Mr. Knorr had asked Mr. Kreckelberg a line of questions dealing with commercial parking, and he had stated, again, I'm paraphrasing, of course, and the record will accurately reflect that there is not any commercial parking, and that raised some concerns that I wanted to go back and address with you while we had you up here this evening.
Okay.
Josh, if I could get my screen up. So, Scott, if I recall correctly, as part of the SUP application, the MRA submitted two proposed parking diagrams, a proposed diagram showing 62 spaces, and then an alternate diagram showing 71 spaces, correct?
That's correct. There are two diagrams.
And then they also, I believe, had an existing parking diagram as part of the application showing 41 spaces, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And let's see here, that's not the one I want to look at. So I want to get you to look up there. You mean, can I make that a little bit bigger for you? So if we look at, and I know you're familiar with these, this is section 702 off-street parking space requirements of the zoning ordinance, and 702.2 in particular, which deals with hotels. And it says a minimum of one standard car parking space for resident, owner, or manager is required, and a minimum of one standard space per dwelling unit or rooming unit. And then I'll leave out that last sentence for now because I don't think it's relevant. You tell me as we move on if I'm wrong. So, and did I read that correctly?
That's right.
Okay. So under 702.2 for a hotel, it would require one space per room for all of the hotels and lodges on the lot, plus one space for a manager, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what the MRA is proposing to do here is to build a 40-room hotel, correct?
That's correct.
And then with the three separate lodges remaining on the property, right?
That's right.
Okay. And there are 30 rooms in those three remaining lodges, correct?
I'm just looking back.
Sure.
at
Well,
my-
Walnut, I have it as Walnut has 4 rooms, Hickory has 10, and Reynolds has 16 for a total of 30.
See, don't have that information in front of me, but I believe.
I've got staff report page 10. If do you have
Thank you.
that?
Yes.
If you have that in front of you.
It's been a while since I've looked at this. Yes, the diagram that you're referring to. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so a total of 70 rooms on the property if the hotel was to be built in the other 3 lodges demolished, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so if we're operating under just a plain reading of 702.2, that would be 70 rooms plus one space for a manager, 71 parking spaces, correct?
That would be under the assumption of entirely new construction on the site.
Okay, And that's what the alternate parking plan was intended to show, correct?
That is an illustrative of that, yes.
Okay. And so in the staff report, I think at page 7, I believe you had said staff, and I can pull this up. Let's see if I can find it real quick, so I'm not misquoting you. But essentially, right there in that first bullet under staff findings, you note the 2 scenarios as we just talked about, correct?
That's correct.
And you say the first scenario, the 62, is what the applicant is requesting. And then it says staff calculates the minimum off-street parking requirements is 62 total parking spaces, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's going to be 70 rooms, but staff has calculated 62 total spaces as being what's required for off-street parking, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, can you explain the methodology, if you will, that staff used in coming up with that 62 spaces?
Yes, if you're able to pull up page 8 of the staff report.
Sure.
There's a numbered section walking through there. So
let me know where you want me to go.
yeah, so numbers 1 through 5 under the 62 space parking under the scenario. So the walkthrough of the methodology and the rationale was that there are 41 parking spaces currently available to the existing site. There are 20 rooms proposed, and that is a net, there are 40 rooms proposed in total, 20 to be removed between the 3 buildings that are listed there, Galex, Chestnut, and Chester. So a new 40-room hotel is proposed. So that would be 20 net new rooms. And so if you're doing a 1-to-1 basis per the ordinance, that's 20 new rooms, 20 new spaces. So that is 41 existing spaces plus the 20 plus 1 for the manager, operations manager.
Okay, and do you base that then, I believe, on section 700, the general statement that I have right here?
Yes.
Okay, and tell me exactly where in section 700 you found support for that kind of net approach, minus 20 rooms, or bringing in a plus 20 rooms, so you only need plus 20 spaces, so to speak.
Right. So I realize it's a lot of text there, but the last sentence that's highlighted or bolded, I believe, is the relevant information, and it states the requirement for additional parking shall be based upon the increased net floor area or change only and related solely to the need for increased parking.
Okay, and so let me ask you about this. And what section 700 says is that the 41 spots currently on the parcel are non-conforming uses, correct?
They are the parking spaces that exist with the existing uses. Yes.
Right, and they're non-conforming. They're considered non-conforming uses under the ordinance, correct?
Non-conforming for what?
I'm asking you. Is that how you read section 700?
Well, section 700 is related specifically to parking and loading regulations. It's not.
Or section 701, perhaps?
Let's say.
Is this it right here?
Yes. So let's see. So I'm just going to read from the middle of section 701, which is parking area construction standards, as stated in section 700, which is a general statement on parking and loading regulations. Parking spaces, areas, aisles, or driveways in existence on the effective date of the zoning ordinance. That it's not stated there, but that's what that means, which do not meet the specific provisions contained herein shall nevertheless be non-conforming uses of a structure in accordance with Article X of this ordinance. Article X is nonconformities. So yes, in my initial look through all of the existing buildings and existing conditions, I'd have to look back at the numbers, but if you were looking at an existing building in terms of meeting the current parking requirements, a couple of those buildings were short spaces.
Okay, so, and hopefully we can do this without pulling out the existing and the two the proposed parking diagrams. But the 41 spots that are currently on the parcel, which we've established are non-conforming uses, correct?
That's correct.
Those 41 spots are not staying the same. They're being completely reconfigured, correct?
There is some configuration. I wouldn't categorize it as a complete reconfiguration.
Okay. The vast majority of those spots are being reconfigured, correct?
And let me look at just the diagram to answer that. I would categorize about half the site being reconfigured.
Okay. And when those 20 or so parking spaces are demolished, graded over, reconfigured, however we want to say it, then the non-conforming use is extinguished, correct?
The non-conforming use, those individual buildings are not changing. So no, they are not. They are not changing.
Okay, we just looked at section 701 that says you have it bolded, parking spaces which do not meet the specific provisions contained herein shall nevertheless be non-conforming uses, correct?
Yes, it's specifically speaking to parking spaces, areas, aisles, and driveways.
Right. Once the 20 or so parking spaces that we just talked about that are currently on the parcel are reconfigured, they're no longer non-conforming uses, correct?
The parking spaces that serve the buildings that are not to be changed or demolished are not changing.
So you're saying the only ones that are changing are the ones that serve the 3 lodges that are being demolished?
Actually, just look back at the diagram here. So a more accurate statement of that would be that the spaces in proximity to those buildings which are not changing are changing.
Okay. And looking here at section 700, I don't know, can you see where my mouse is?
Yes.
It says it's the intention of the town of Montreat that off-street parking areas shall be required at the time of initial construction of any new building or at the time of any expansion of an existing building that produces an increase in dwelling units, guest rooms, floor area, seating or bed capacity, or when a conversion in use occurs, correct?
That's what that states.
Okay. And it goes on and says such off-street parking areas shall be provided and maintained in accordance with the requirements set forth herein. It then says the requirement for additional off-street parking areas to supplement existing parking shall apply to new construction or modifications to existing buildings resulting in increases in net floor area or changes in use or occupancy classification, correct?
Yes, it's stating modifications to buildings, not parking areas.
Right. But they are not supplementing existing parking, correct? Because as we just talked about, at least half of those spots are gonna be reconfigured.
Well, to be clear, the building itself is being parked per the regulations.
The building is not being parked pursuant to section 702.2, as we just discussed, correct? 1 space per room.
Correct.
And as you just discussed, when you can cure some type of non-deformity, that's always better than not doing so, correct?
Not necessarily.
Not in the parking context, but in other contexts.
The the whole issue of nonconformities is when an ordinance is updated and catches either a building or a use that, you know, rightly or wrongly exists as it does. The issue of making an existing nonconformity, whether that's a use or where it's located, conform to an ordinance, can definitely be a heavy cost and a constraint to a property owner. So I say not necessarily, or it depends, because it's site specific.
So it is not staff's intention to require 71 parking spaces for the 70 rooms that will be on the site should this special use permit be granted.
Yes, in the view that the buildings per the ordinance, that language are not changing.
The buildings are not changing, meaning.
Sorry, the Reynolds, Walnut, and Hickory, to be specific.
They're not changing use.
They are not changing use or size of square footage, what have you.
But the hotel is going to be a lot bigger, will contain a lot more square footage than the 3 lodges being torn down, correct?
Yes, it is. That building is an increase.
And
in
did you
square
take
footage.
that into account when you decided that 62 parking spaces was adequate?
I took into account the number of rooms that was being added net on the site.
But not the square footage.
No, because the standard is indexed to number of rooms, not square footage.
Let's move on. Both of the MRA's proposed parking plans require parking in the public right of way or in the street, correct?
There are some portions that are within public right of way.
Okay. And as you note in the staff report at page 11, spaces that overlap the right of way on Georgia Terrace and Collegiate Circle, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you tell me how many spaces that is?
Just looking at a diagram right
Sure, I appreciate it.
I see a total of 5 that are within, actually, let's see. 1, 2. Now, I say this with the caveat that I'm looking at a small diagram.
Sure.
The applicant may be able to give a much more specific answer, but I am seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm seeing about 9.
Okay. And I think that was my count too. So about 9 spaces. And I've got up here, this is your staff report, use of public streets for parking, section 705 of the zoning ordinance. And it says when determining parking area requirements for individual uses, portions of public streets may not be considered as permissible for parking unless part of an overall parking plan developed to accommodate new construction, alterations to, or changes in use of existing buildings and is provided for below. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
Okay, so this is new construction, right?
yes, there is new construction being proposed for the site.
And then it's also got to meet the requirements below section 705, including 705.1, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and it says request for approval of new parallel parking or diagonal parking spaces in the I and IR districts of town are subject to review and approval on a case-by-case basis by the town administrator, correct?
that's what that states. Yes.
Okay, and the 9 parking spaces we were just talking about are not all, and I'm not sure if any of them are parallel or diagonal parking spaces. They are just straight up and down perpendicular parking spaces, correct?
That's correct.
So they are not permissible under section 705 of the zoning ordinance, correct?
A more accurate reading of that would be on-street parking.
A more accurate reading of what?
If you're asking about parallel or diagonal parking versus perpendicular parking, they're all forms of on-street parking.
Mr. Adams, I'm just reading you the provisions of the zoning ordinance. Section 705, use of public streets for parking. And it says, and is provided for below it. And it has no provision for perpendicular parking like what is shown in the MRA's parking diagrams. It only references parallel or diagonal parking, which makes sense when you're parking in public streets or in the right of way, in public right of ways, correct?
That is what that states.
Looking further up there in section 616, this is in your staff report again, these are your findings. Approval for construction in rights of way, the highlighted portion. Any and all construction in town rights of way is prohibited without the prior written permission of the town administrator. At the discretion of the zoning administrator and the town administrator, private construction projects that produce a public benefit may be allowed in town rights of way. For example, a retaining wall that keeps a draining ditch clear. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay, thank you. So has there been a finding here that parking in the public right of way is a private construction project that's going to produce a public benefit?
To your question on parking specifically, there is certainly a precedent with properties all over town for perpendicular parking in the right of way. That's one of the most common uses of the right of way agreement.
Okay, but going back to section 705, that does not provide for perpendicular parking, right? Maybe section 705.2, the residential buildings does, but 705.1 only allows requests of approval of parallel or diagonal parking, correct? In the I and IR district.
You are correct in the reading there.
Okay, so would you agree with me that we might have some issues with the MRA's proposed parking diagrams as it pertains to on-street parking?
There's already the existence of perpendicular parking on the site.
For all of the nine, not for all of the 9 spaces that we've been looking at, correct?
No, some of the parallel spaces are also within the right of way.
Okay, but there's going to be some spaces that there's going to be an issue with under section 705, correct?
Wouldn't see it as an issue in that these are entirely local streets. So in terms of the operations of a perpendicular space versus a parallel space, I wouldn't see that as an operational issue.
Okay, and where's the authority in the zoning ordinance for that interpretation?
I can't state a specific section that states that. It's my professional opinion.
Okay, well, we're talking about what the zoning ordinance says, what it allows and what it doesn't allow, right?
Agreed.
Okay. So let's move on and talk a little bit about off-street loading regulations. And again, this follows up on Mr. Noor's line of questioning of Mr. Kreckelberg, when Mr. Kreckelberg said there was going to be no commercial parking at the hotel. And Mr. Adams, I think you can see where I'm going with this question, with this line of questioning. I'm trying to figure out where folks are going to park if they want to come to this hotel, should it ultimately be approved, right?
Right.
You know, 62 spaces, 70 rooms, no commercial parking. The off-street parking seems to not be allowed by the ordinance. Now let's look at the off-street loading regulations. This is the zoning ordinance, section 707. And so do you see that up on the screen?
I do.
And it says every building excluding single family and 2-family shall provide space for the loading and unloading of vehicles off the street. Such space shall have access to an alley, or if there is no alley, to a street. Required space shall be considered as follows. And then at 707.2, as you've excerpted here, all other uses. Each applicant shall submit a loading space and driveway plan with data demonstrating the adequacy of the facilities proposed in the plan. The MRA has not submitted a loading space and driveway plan, correct?
Not explicitly. I've reviewed the site plan. In the center of the site plan, there is what I categorize as a traffic circle of sorts, which I view being central to the site as a loading and circulation space.
And that's where service vehicles would come in and out, contractors, landscapers, other repair and maintenance folks, groundskeepers, housekeeping. They're all going to be coming in through that central circle,
I don't know that.
loading and unloading.
I don't know that.
Okay, well, where else are they going to load or unload?
I don't know that.
Let me read you the definition of loading space off-street from the zoning ordinance. Space conveniently located for pickups and deliveries, scaled to the delivery vehicles expected to be used, and accessible to such vehicles even when required off-street parking spaces are filled. So again, has the MRA submitted a loading space and driveway plan with data demonstrating the adequacy of the facilities proposed in the plan pursuant to that definition that I just read you?
I have not received anything that specific.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, I believe we have questions.
One maybe, just a question on this parking. Well, a couple questions on the parking. The loading, I really like that drawing up there, whatever you had up there a minute ago, but the loading and spacing plan or whatever it was called, that would that typically come after the special use permit is granted, or if it was granted, does that come afterwards? Much like the other things we've talked about earlier today?
For something that's specific to either deliveries or service or whatnot, that is a level of detail that would be after a land use permission is given by a special use permit.
Okay, is it standard for this board not to be involved in that, but yet for the town administrator or town planner, for you guys to work out on a staff level, how that parking and planning works and to bring it into compliance or some kind of conformity? Is that your scope of work essentially?
It generally is, but certainly as a board, if you are needing more information on that, you could ask the applicant about that. But typically, if it's something specific to either, well, let's just categorize it as,
But
non-vehicle or non-autos.
Historically, that's been a function of the town staff to resolve.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm done.
Anybody else got something? No?
No.
You're off the hook.
Oh.
Oh, I thought you were off the hook.
I'm sorry, I'm going to keep this very brief, sir. So, Mr. Adams,
Yes.
if you would, sir, let's go back just very briefly to page 38 of the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would go back to page 38 of the zoning ordinance. And am I correct that section 310.622 provides that the Board of Adjustment can modify regulations?
That is the language there.
Okay. Also, of course, we take the position that we fully comply with parking requirements, not one, but two different ways. But if the board felt there were concerns about parking, could the board address that either through what I just quoted or through a condition?
Yes, the nature of a special use permit is subject to conditions.
Council, what section did you just reference? 60?
Yes, sir. I just referenced zoning ordinance 310.622. Yes, sir. Mr. Evans. And your testimony was that people currently park in the right of way all over town, correct?
I'm sorry, the question again?
I'm sorry, was your testimony earlier, Mr. Adams, the people currently park in the right of way throughout Montreat?
Yes,
Okay. Are there examples of perpendicular spaces in the right of way?
yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Good behavior. We get off the good behavior now.
You're stuck.
And I think I'll address both of the parties, the applicant and the opposition. There's no other witnesses that we need to call today.
Not this evening.
And so I think we would be in a position just to recess this meeting till a date and time certain, which would be Wednesday, 10 o'clock, Town Hall.
Wednesday, 10 a.m.
Town Hall,
at
yes,
the town hall.
10 a.m.
That's fine. Before you recess, just I want to go over a couple of things if I can. Between this, what we heard tonight, there's concern about the parking. There is a question about the hotel use and IR. That was one question brought up tonight. And on our list of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items, the one who is addressing 621, public health safety, I know Samsel folks dealt a little bit with that. Has, in your mind, have you addressed 621 so far in the testimony?
Yes, sir. We did address that through Samsel Architects, both witnesses, and also through our traffic engineer. I think you were not here for that.
Yeah, I did watch it, but I just wanted to hear that you guys felt like you addressed it through Samsel and the Gannett or whatever it was, traffic person. Okay. And I assume on your side, you will, with your people, will go down and deal with those very same things.
Absolutely.
We had discussed this earlier, and I think there was an option or not. So what I would like to do, and I'm glad you brought that up. What I would like to do is, if we do closing arguments or closing things, I would like you to address this specifically. These are large documents. I'd like to see why you came up, what you're coming up with, what specifically you're applying, and why you came up with it. And that's both sides, if that's okay. That way, when we get to the end, we won't have this long drawn out thing. We'll just go six points each item.
I will say for the board that there are more than just there. Those are the 6 standards for the special use permit. Keep in mind, there are other portions of the ordinance that.
No,
as
no,
well,
I
but we will
understand.
clearly identify each provision
Yes.
and
Right.
what we're talking.
Fully understand that. I just want to make sure that when we get to that closing argument piece, that we kind of be concise, or we'll be going on till next year.
Yes, sir.
I think we will be going on until next year. I mean, that goes without saying.
Excuse me, that is a given.
So yeah, I think we're ready to recess until 10 o'clock Wednesday morning.
Okay,
Town Hall.
do we need to vote on the date, time certain, or? No, we don't.
Did you ask, do you need to have a motion
Yes.
and vote on the date and time certain? You
Yeah.
need to announce the motion. You need to announce the date and time certain. You do, and then we can recess.
Okay, I'm announcing the date and time certain until Wednesday at 10 a.m. at the town hall. Okay, if there's nothing else, thank you. We're done. Have a nice day. Remind everybody on the board, we're under sunshine law and no talking out of.
Thanks, Bob. I like having someone who.